Hello, and welcome to livestream number 258. Tax time. There ain't no reason and there ain't no rhyme. We hope you're having a very, very merciful tax season this year. Goodness knows we're not. So anyway, we want to... Yeah, get the door? Yeah. It's hot in here, but...
I'm gonna get the dog.
Get the dog.
Ask his owner to chill us.
Yeah. We apologize for the barking dog. It's our neighbor's dog. We have no control over it. But anyway, we want to thank you for joining us today on this Friday live stream where we take your questions on ancient Egypt and the Bible. We're glad you could join us. And let me see, do I have my cue card here? Probably not. Never do when I need it. Of course I don't. That would be convenient. So anyway, not too much in the way of channel business either. We just ask that people, you know, if you haven't read the first book in our War of the Gods science fiction series, please do so. And leave a review on Amazon, because it really, really helps us. One of the best things you could do for us is leave a review of the book so other people can see what kind of book it is and if they might enjoy it. Other than that, that's the channel business. So let's get into the rules and then we will talk about, get into the questions. Okay. First chat rule is super chats have priority. No surprise there. This is true on every YouTube channel that exists on with super chats. Second rule is we do take non-super chats, but you have to put a Q and a colon in front of the question. No Q, no colon. We don't see it. We don't look for it. Any questions that don't have a Q and a colon on it. So, third is if you post something about the Bible, we do need some context. So we ask that for something related to the Bible that you include what book it's from, what chapter, and what verse. That verse is really important. Helps us just narrow things down. Also, we also ask that do not repeat non-super chat questions. Question spamming is completely disallowed on this channel. If we catch you doing it, we will ban your question for the night. And we do that for beginners as well as people who have been here a long time. Also, we do allow people to sponsor non-super chats, in which case, copy the question into your super chat. So again, we don't have to go hunting for it. It just saves our time. And lastly, no question stacking, which means buying one super chat or having one chat and putting in 10 questions in there. We just can't get through that. And it's not fair to anybody if we do that. So, those are the rules. And so that said, let's get into the questions. Okay. And the first question here, that one, is going to be from TBTM. Okay, is Ruth 1:1 a common famine or a late Bronze Age collapse change famine? All right, let's take a look at Ruth 1:1 here, and then we'll discuss this, because it's not a late Bronze Age collapse kind of question, but we'll get to it. Okay? Ruth 1:1 says, in the days when the judges ruled, there was a famine in the land, and a man from Bethlehem in Judea, together with his wife and 2 sons, went to live while in the country of Moab. Okay, now, this would be what would be classified as a common famine. Now, the late Bronze Age collapse basically overlaps between, basically a century, 50 years a century before 1084 BC, or 1184 BC to 50 to 100 years after that. Okay, so if it might be on sort of the tail end of that Bronze Age collapse, climate change, but there was also regular famines that did occur on a cyclical basis in Canaan. And that was a result of the climatological changes that were normal for Arctic airstreams coming over the Alps. That would either carry water. The way famines work in Canaan was its annual rainstorms comes from an airstream from the Swiss Alps. If that airstream is directed eastward, it goes over the coastal plain, over the Judean foothills, and into Moab. Okay, years of famine, when years of year famine, those rainstorms don't quite hit their mark. So that's one of those things where, it's one of those things where, you know, it's tempting to say it's part of climate change, but it's really probably more cyclical or common famine than it is, say, part of the Late Bronze Age collapse. Because the fact is, it not only hits the Judean foothills, which is in Bethlehem, and Judah, it's also going to later on hit Moab. And that's very typical of these cyclical famines. They tend to hit one region first and then move on to basically another close by region. So I would suspect this is sort of common. It's also important to keep in mind that this is probably happening around, as I said, around 1100-ish. So it's long after the Exodus, and if you're in the Exodus, in the Conquest period or the period of the Judges, you're not in the Late Bronze Age anymore. You're in the Iron Age at that point. So I think that this is more of a common famine than it is any sort of ecological collapse-related famine. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Okay, the next question here is an interesting question from Bible Nerd. And he says, his question is, Aram-Naharaim in Judges 3 is clearly the Mitanni Empire. So how do the late Exodus proponents justify placing the context after Mitanni fell in 1230 BC? Okay, not quite that simple, but we're gonna read the passage. We're gonna steelman the argument, and then we're gonna see why that argument's flawed. We're gonna go to Judges 3. I'm gonna be reading here out of the NIV, because the NIV does not translate Aram-Naharaim as Mesopotamia. It actually leaves it as it is. So we go to verse 8 of Judges 3. The anger of the Lord burned against Israel, so he sold them into the hands of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Aram-Naharaim, to whom the Israelites were subject for 8 years. Okay, now, early Exodus daters are going to look at this and they go, see, Naharaim, that's Mitanni. Mitanni fell in 1230 BC. Therefore, if the late Exodus date is true, then this would be a contradiction in the text, because Naharaim didn't exist at the time when they're clearly being oppressors of the Israelites during the Judges. And that's generally how the argument goes. There's one big problem with that argument. The problem is, it is not Naharaim, it is Aram-Naharaim. Now, what is the difference between Naharaim and Aram-Naharaim? During the Mitanni Empire, the Mitanni Empire was essentially an Amorite state. Okay, you've heard of those guys before. Okay? So basically the Amorites are essentially in regional control of Naharaim, which is Syria, and Haran. Okay, that's the extent of the Mitanni Empire. But what happens is, around 1100, after Mitanni falls to the Hittites in 1230, Arameans start moving in. And then when sort of the Hittite Empire does not have a great handle on Mitanni, and eventually Mitanni falls to the Assyrians, and then what happens is the whole thing fractures. The old holdings of the Mitanni Empire fractures into these Aramean states. One of these states is called Aram-Damascus. You know it better as Aram-Naharaim. But that is the same thing. Aram-Naharaim is not Mitanni, it's Aram-Damascus, one of the post-Mitanni states. As one of the post-Mitanni states, that is the result of the Amorites getting kicked out and the Arameans moving in. So this is something that a lot of early Exodus daters get wrong. They just see the Naharaim and then they get like sort of focus blindness here. Confirmation bias. It becomes a confirmation bias kind of argument. Now, this can also be easily flipped too. If Judges 3 happens, say, around the late 14th century, then you've got that other problem of, well, then how can this be Aram-Naharaim? So it's one of those arguments that, you know, they go, you see, late Exodus daters, checkmate. And it's like, early Exodus daters, illegal move. It's like, so it's one of those things where, because they've intentionally ignored the Aram part of the Aram-Naharaim, they completely misunderstand what is being said here. So, Ryan Cohenkamp, Uno reverso. Uno reverse, yep. Yeah, this then becomes a real problem for the early Exodus daters, because then how do you have an Aramean state at the time of, say, the early Conquest judges? That's going to be a huge problem for them. Now, what they're going to say is, they're going to do the whole sort of redaction thing at this point. Oh, it's just a redacted text. Everything is fixed by redaction. In fact, they love the redaction argument so much, you'd think they're liberals. they read the text like liberals. You know, they'll read it literally all the way along until they get something they can't sort of deal with, and then it is, we're gonna redacta-cadabra. Exactly, Darkblade. It becomes redacta-cadabra. We don't like where this argument is going. Redacta-cadabra. And they've used this sort of tactic for 100 years, so it shouldn't exactly surprise us. So, Ryan Cohenkamp says, couldn't the late daters also say redactors even if they don't need to? Well, they could, but why would we need to? You know, people only go to resort to redaction criticism when they need to. It sort of becomes the last refuge of the scoundrel. You know, I've never had to rely on sort of the idea of redaction. I mean, there's things that we all agree on, for example, that are, say, scribal glosses. But that's different. That's an addition to the text. You know? So, but if you're actually sort of twisting the text to say something other than the text says, then that's a different debate than does it belong in the text in the first place. So, I mean, late daters could say redactors. There's nothing preventing them from doing it, but we just don't. Because we don't need to. So it's kind of silly. Gizbo SBOL says, doesn't Judges 3 narrative have to be post-1183 BC? Since the powerful king of the Hanablat, Ili-Pada, controlled the entire Asian region until 1183 BC? Yeah. Yeah, it pretty much does. You also don't get those post Aramean states, sort of post Mitanni states on until the early 12th century anyway. So, just the whole idea that this is an Aram-Naharaim infers that this is definitely post 1200. Definitely post 1200. Okay, so I think that we've beaten that horse to death. But yeah, this is not a problem for the late Exodus proponents at all, just because we're kind of reading the text correctly. If you don't read the text correctly, yeah, you're going to get into trouble with this. But hey. All right, next question here is going to be from 501 Mobius. And he asks, how were the Israelites expected to attack Ashtaroth and Og beyond the Yarmouk when they were not supposed to encroach the Ammonites, Deuteronomy 2:37, which lived beyond the Jabbok? Okay. There is what's called the exception of necessity. And here's how it works. I'm going to take the Bible here. Because remember, every step along the way, Israel asks, can I cross through your land? Okay? So Israel asks the Edomites, can I cross your land? The Edomites say no. And that's the end of the matter. Then they ask the Moabites, can we cross your land? They say no. And that's the end of the matter. With the Ammonites, they do the same thing. The Ammonites the Israelites ask the Ammonites, can we cross your land? They say no, but they go into the wilderness and attack Israel. Numbers 21, verse 23. And it reads here, but Sihon did not permit Israel to pass through his border. So Sihon gathered all his people and went out against Israel in the wilderness and came to Jahaz and fought against Israel. Okay, this is what's called the doctrine of defense. Basically, this is the doctrine of self-defense. So essentially, Israel sends messengers to Sihon. Sihon says no. And then Sihon gets a whole bunch of people, leaves his country, and attacks Israel in the wilderness.
After they went around.
Yeah, after they go around the land. So Israel has not entered into the Ammonite land. But they attack Israel outside of Ammon's borders. At that point, it's gloves off. They do not have to then encroach. It's not about encroaching the land at that point. Encroaching the land means that they're moving up slowly against the land to drive them out. But because it's a first attack, it's a defensive position at that point, they are justified to then enter the land to basically eliminate the threat. But that also gives them access to, say, the Arnon and the other Ammonite lands to the north. So, Dark Display goes, Edom also used military force for its denial. Numbers 20:20. It did, but it didn't attack them. There's a difference. So you see in Numbers 20:20, it says, but he said, you shall not pass through, and Edom came out against them with a heavy force and with a strong hand. Thus, Edom refused to allow Israel to pass through his territory. This is territorial protection. Sihon was totally within its rights to take a military force, move it up to its border, and protect their holdings. That was permitted. Where they crossed the line was they moved across the border to attack Israel in the wilderness. That's where That's where the line was crossed. That's what gave the Israelites the opportunity to enter through the Ammonite land. Rand Cohenkamp said, they literally crossed the line. Yeah. Yeah, they quite literally crossed the line. You know, they had there's no problem showing a force to prevent people from entering into your boundary borders. No problem at all. That is a completely legal and ethical thing to do, is to protect your land from intruders. Oh, that's the Amalekites. Okay, but Ammon, you know, when they crossed that border, they attacked Israel in the wilderness. Israel was not preparing to attack Ammon, but it wasn't going to allow itself to be slaughtered either. So yeah, that's the difference here between, say, Edom, which made a show of military force, versus Ammon, that actually attacked Israel. So okay, so let's move on now to the next question here. So I think 5-1 Momies, I think that answers your question. They weren't permitted to encroach the Ammonites, which they did not. But when the Ammonites attacked, they sort of foregone that say protection, where, you know, at that point the gloves are off. And we have to understand that those encroachment things were meant for Israel to maintain peace with its neighbors. If there's no peace, there's no reason for respecting those encroachment boundaries, because that's not encroachment, that's self-defense at that point. So hope that helps. Next one here from Darkblade. And he asks, do young Earth creationists believe the area around the Tower of Babel was the only spot on Earth inhabited by humans in the intermediate before math of it being built? Depends on the young Earth creationist. A continental young Earth creationist will not believe that necessarily, but American young Earth creationists definitely will. Again, with the American young Earth creationists, you're talking about guys that believe in a 6,000-year-old Earth. Yes, they still exist, you know, despite all the evidence against it. So yeah, there are still people who believe this. And they will sometimes call this the Eridu expansion, where they think that, you know, after, say, the fall of Babel, the city-state of Eridu sort of expands out across the world at that point. The evidence for that is so paper thin, it isn't even funny. Andrew Graham goes, Ken Ham is an Australian Yek, by the way. Yes, he is an Australian Yek, but the philosophy is from America. Okay? So he is an Australian. A CMI, Creation Ministries International, is essentially an Australian creationist organization, but they follow American young Earth creationism. Okay, when we talk about American versus continental, what we're talking about here is a mode of thinking and where this philosophy comes from, not so much where the people come from. I mean, you do find continental creationists in the United States. You find American and young Earth creationists in Europe. Okay? So, but that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about where these people are geographically from. We're talking about the stream of philosophy that a young Earth creationist philosophy that they're using. And the two differ in some very important respects. For example, continental young Earth creationists won't necessarily believe in a literal 6,000 years. A lot of them will believe that the Earth is like 50,000 years or 100,000 years. They also don't tend to read the genealogies literally, so they don't believe necessarily that that genealogies are being read in the same way as we would read them in the West. So there's there's some really strong differences between, say, continental young Earth creationists and, say, American young Earth creationists. But you do find them all both these philosophies all over the world. It's not restricted to any one geography. That's just sort of where they come from. All right, next one here. I'll take this one from Darkblade here. Where factors of 20, for example, 20, 10, 8, 5, also numerologically significant like multiples. Not really. You don't find that so much in the biblical texts. You'll find multiples of 40, multiples of 40, multiples of 12, and multiples of 7. Tend to be numerologically significant. I've never seen multiples of 20 or their factors to be numerologically significant. So, Darkblade goes, factors of 40. Okay. No, the factors don't seem to be important. So it just doesn't seem to be. You do have to get a certain threshold of these things. Like, for example, like the 7 and 12. 12 you can break down into, say, factors of 4, 3, 2, and 1, and 6. But those are not significant numerologically. But 12 definitely is. So you do have to meet that threshold of, say, 7, 12, 40, or its multiples, or its defectives. Right? What's a defective? Let's talk about defectives. Defectives are cool. Defectives are interesting. Okay, I'm geeking out. Okay. Well, a defective is -1. Any number -1 is a defective, meaning that you have not reached the fullness. Now, this is interesting in a lot of ways. Because you do see this actually a fair bit in the Bible. Like there were 11 true disciples. The defective of that is 10. The Antichrist has 10 disciples. It's a defective of the number of true disciples. 1 Kings 6:1 actually contains a defective, which is in the 480th year, which is 479 years. So you do find defectives in the Bible. They're really interesting. But this is what you do. This is what multiples of significant numbers, that 7, 12, and 40, they're multiples and they're defectives. Really interesting, and you do seem to find them all over the place. So, hope that helps. Great question. Darkblade asks, is Jericho mentioned in the Amarna letters? Sorta. Okay, here's what we know. It's not in the corpus of Amarna letters found at Amarna. But there was an Amarna letter found at Jericho that dates the reign of King Akhenaten. I think that is fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. It was a small clay tablet. We could barely read it. It's almost undecipherable. But it dates the reign of Akhenaten. It was found in the in sort of the inner building, as it were. So yeah, so it's not mentioned in the Amarna letters, but there was an Amarna letter found at Jericho. I think that's so cool and so interesting. And I wish we could read it, but we can't. There's not enough of it that survived to read it. It would have been fascinating to be able to read it, though. Ryan Cohenkamp, what makes it an Amarna letter? It was written in Akkadian. It's a cuneiform letter written in Akkadian, which means it was used for diplomatic correspondence. So that's how we know it's an Amarna letter. And as I said, it dates to that late Bronze 1 period. So this would peg it right in that time period for Akhenaten. Incredibly interesting, though. Incredibly interesting. Okay. I think that's our non-super chats to begin with. So let's move on to super chats. First super chat I want to recognize here is from Zeobeo, who became a Seth tier member. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. We really, really appreciate it. People like you supporting us through your subscriptions really helps us. So we want to thank you so very much for actually becoming a channel member. Warrior Most High, is the Akkadian in Amarna letter poor? No, it's not poor, but you just can't read it. It's so worn down. And this can sometimes happen to Amarna letters because the Amarna letters weren't fired clay. Most of them were unfired clay. So if they're in an environment that got a lot of erosion, a lot of rain, they do tend to degrade. The ones that we find in Amarna are very well preserved because Akhetaten, Tel El Amarna, is very dry. It's a desert. It's a desert. Jericho is not a desert. As much as you go out there and it looks like a desert, it's not a desert. They did get a lot of precipitation over the years, and that would have degraded the quality of the writing. But it is recognizable as Akkadian. So, okay. Next super chat then is going to be from Gizbo SBOL for $10. Thank you for the super chat. If Zadok was high priest during the reigns of David and Solomon per 2 Samuel 2:17, how could his great-grandson Azariah have served during the reign of Solomon per 1 Chronicles 6:11? All right, let's talk about that. Because it isn't quite that simple. There's a textual problem here. And I think we need to engage. Now, we'll just go to 2 Samuel 8:17 here. And Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Abimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Okay. And Sariah was secretary. Now, the First Chronicles. 1 Chronicles 6, verse 10. And Johanan became father of Azariah. It was he who served as priest in the house which Solomon built in Jerusalem. Now, you will notice something here that I think is really, really important. The phrase, it was he who served as priest in the house which Solomon built in Jerusalem, is in parentheses. It's a scribal gloss. And I wish scribes never did this. It would make our life so much easier if the scribes didn't do this. It's a piece of text that's been added after the fact to explain what was going on previously. So much of biblical confusion can be sort of narrowed down. I would say about 30 to 40% of confusion over the Bible is around these scribal gloss passages. And they're everywhere, unfortunately. Scribes back in the day did not seem to thought it was okay to just insert some text. Yeah, Darkblade. Yeah. Includes another one here. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. Yeah. It's historically wrong. It's historically wrong, but some scribe thought it was right and put it in the text because he thought it'd make things easier to understand.
Which It would have if you had put it in a.
Well, they didn't have column side notes
I know.
that day. Yeah.
Yeah. This is why they thought it was okay to do it.
Well, sometimes what they would do is, they would put it as a what they call marginalia, put it in the margin, and then some later guy would say, "Well, yeah, he's right," and then just include it in. So, Scott Worthen, cursed be he who ascribes to glossing as a scribe. Yeah. Warrior of the Most High asks, how many years off was the scribe? In which case? We don't know. We don't know in the case of Azariah. It could have been long after Solomon. In the case of, say, Zoan, Hebron was a city 1,000 years before Zoan. So, Raccoon Clamp asks an interesting follow-up here. Should those glosses be removed from the critical texts? They're already segregated, and we see it here. We see here in the NASB that it's been segregated. Critical texts don't remove these because they're part of the text we receive, but they are they're basically sort of parenthesed out to warn the reader that this is a really highly questionable text. It's a text that has evidence of later tampering. So
Which is also an argument against these were just changed values. It's like they've already been identified.
oh yeah, most of these glosses have already been identified. So Daniel Graham. Embellish the general rule of scribing. Well, that's how we get the, what's it called now? Not the Talmudim. What's it called now? There is actually an art. This is how they did commentaries too. Long before there were commentaries, Targum. Targum are basically when they take a piece of biblical text and they just gloss it all the way through the text to explain it. And that used to be the ancient equivalent of a commentary, were these Targum. And that's what a Targum is essentially. It is basically a piece of biblical text where they glossed it like crazy. So, but here's the thing. Nobody mistook Targum for, say, an original scriptural text. They knew it was commentary, just because of the excessive amount of glossing that was done. In our case, for our purposes, when we look at the scriptures and it has a gloss in it, it can be very difficult to identify unless some scholars have actually gone in and done the hard work to identify it. So yeah, it's one of those things that are... Darkblade goes, I thought Targums were Syriac Aramaic translations of the Bible. Oh, no, they're more than that. They're actual commentaries. You can. There was this one, can't remember which it was. Was it Targum Onkelos? There's this one where it just starts off with Genesis 1. I don't remember the exact name of it. I think it's Onkelos, but I'm not sure. So don't quote me on this. But it starts off with, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and it just goes on from there. Like, the earth was pristine and beautiful and florid, and it just goes on and on and on until you get to the very next text. There's more glossing than there is actual biblical text. And that's pretty normal for Targumine. So, but yeah, a lot of them are Syriac, a lot of them are Aramaic, a lot of them, but that's generally how Those are the ones that happen to survive, but we presume that there were other Targum as well. Targum is not the translation; it's the commentary. So, hope that helps. Gizbo SBOL, didn't the author of the gloss know that Zadok, not Azariah, was contemporary with Solomon? Not necessarily. He might have gotten confused. He might have put it in the wrong place. Like, for example, he might have meant to put it in verse 12 here. I mean, if you look at this, it says, and Johanan became father of Azariah, and it was he who served on the priest. I think what he meant to do was put it in verse 12 here. And Ahitub became the father of Zadok. It was he who served as the priest in the house which Solomon built in Jerusalem. But that's probably how they identified this as a gloss. It was just put in the wrong place. So that's another way you can sometimes tell this is a gloss. Is it's in the wrong place, wrong spot.
Did you see comments on adding in the glosses?
No. Ryan Cohen Cap, when you need to hit the word limit on your paper. I suppose. Okay. So Ryan Cohen Cap, maybe it's a corruption of a scribal glass as possible, but if it went after Zadok, that would probably make sense. If it comes after Azariah, it doesn't make sense. So that would have probably happened during a copying process. So that's kind of why it's identified as a scribal gloss here. So, okay, let's go on to the next question here. From Striding Herbert for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Hopefully, it's another Good Friday for you. It was tax week for me. The happiest week all year. Foodie question. Okay. What would your guess to be the most luxurious food in the time of Moses? Luxurious fruit in the time of Moses. Okay. There would be two fruits that would sort of rate in this sort of category of high luxury fruits at the time of Moses. One would be pomegranate, and that's probably the lesser of the two. The next, the preeminent fruit of, say, the Ramesses period was dates. Dates were the top fruit, bar none. Dates were sweet. They were just packed with sugar. This was the candy of the Bronze Age. Okay? It was candy. They ate it. And this is what actually decayed their teeth. Wasn't the bread. A lot of people used to think that it was the bread, sand in the bread, that caused tooth decay amongst the Egyptians. They found out that Egyptian teeth were just fine during the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom. But as soon as they started importing dates during, say, the early Amarna period, the their dental hygiene went to crap. Because the sugar from the dates stick to your teeth, you get tooth decay, and the rest is dental work. It did create a new cottage industry, though, a dentistry. Date juice could be called honey. No. They did not create date. They didn't call date juice honey. They had honey. They actually had real honey. And nobody confused the two.
Ryan, the kids who ate them be called early daters.
Ryan goes, would kids that ate them be called early daters? I guess so. You could. But yeah, they had to build all sorts of new. It is kind of interesting that the advent of the date in Egypt also spawned new dental treatments. You know, a lot of new dental treatments, like fake teeth. They be the first bridge because people had their tooth. They had a tooth that rotted out, so they would make a fake tooth, combine it to some bronze wire, and connect the wire to two other teeth. The first dental bridge. So yeah, with the advent of dates, it created a whole new industry. So where the most high dates were like chocolate for them. Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah, totally. And it rotted their teeth out.
Orphan points out a lot of people think it was sand, right? Michael has been saying it was. Reading the data.
Yeah, a lot of this is gone. Scott Worthen said, so long they thought it was the sand in the bread making process. I thought so during my teenage years. Yeah, and that's been completely disproven. It's been completely disproven. And that's a lot of that is because we now have the mummies from the dental remains from the Old and Middle Kingdoms to sort of supplement our knowledge. You know, back in the 19th century when the British came up with this idea that it was sand in the bread, they were doing it based off late New Kingdom mummies, mostly royal mummies. So these were the mummies that had access to the dates, but they also looked at the exact wear of the teeth. One of the things about if it had been sand in the bread, you would have gotten even abrasion on the crown of the tooth, because you're grinding it, right? If you're eating sand, the sand is grinding against the between the molars, so you get even abrasion of the tooth. But what they found was the tooth decay was where dental caries on the buccal, which is the side of the tooth. You don't get grinding on the side of the tooth from sand. If anything, that might help your dental hygiene a little here. But what happens is sticky food will stick to the sides of your teeth, and that's when you get the cavities. And frankly, there wasn't that much, to be honest, much sand in the bread anyway. Well, it was like this. Most of those granaries, you know, yeah, you had the mill with the flour in it, but you know, you didn't get much sand off of that. No, you didn't really get sand in the bread. And just the way they cooked it too. You know, where, you know, they would have the flour, they would mix the flour, and basically all the sand would fall at the bottom anyway. They also cooked the bread in these long tube-shaped vessels, and there was a very little way for sand to get in there while it was cooking either. So, you know, it really wasn't a good hypothesis ever. Okay. Oh yeah, lots of people believe it, even still. But yeah, the luxury food at the time of Moses, that was dates. Next one here from Striding Hermit for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Genesis 18:23 to 33. That's a large piece of text. Would it be healthy to have that in every city there are at least 10 righteous men and women in today's world? I'll read at least part of the text here, just to identify what's going on. This would be Abraham. Abraham and Sodom and Gomorrah. All right. And Abraham came near and said, Wilt thou indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked? Suppose there were 50 righteous in the city. Wilt thou indeed sweep away and not spare the place for the sake of 50 righteous who are in it? Yeah, he's pretty much... Abraham here is scraping the bottom here.
50 in a whole.
Yeah.
And then it goes lower.
He keeps going lower and lower and lower until verse 32 here. Then he said, Oh, may the Lord not be angry, and I shall speak this once. Suppose 10 are found there. And he said, I will not destroy it on account of the 10.
Sounds like he knows his neighbors.
Yeah.
50. Okay, maybe 40. Hey, what about 30?
Yeah, what about 30? What about 20? How about 10?
10?
He's negotiating with God. And God goes, okay, sure. If I find 10, I won't destroy the city.
Find 10.
Oh, the negotiator, yep. Annie Manuel says, I love him haggling with God. Yeah, it's just like...
It does show God's patience. And it very much...
Yeah. I mean, look, it's... any city is going to be better off with more righteous people in it. You know, the more the better. The more the better for your neighbors, more the better for everybody. Okay? But it's a pretty wicked city that only has 10. I mean, that's really scraping the bottom of the barrel there. So, but he does save the one righteous person in the whole city, which is Lot. And Lot's no winner. Now think about that. Out of all of Sodom and Gomorrah, there's one. It's not his wife, and it's not his daughters. Neither his wife nor his daughters are righteous. He's the only one. There shall be only one. Laugh out loud, Scott. Lot's not a winner. He isn't. I mean, he's not a good man. Not a good man at all. So, yeah, take that for what you will. He's... Clypia says, so in terms of righteous people, there was actually a lot. Yeah. He's not going to win Father of the Year. Definitely, Lot is not going to win Father of the Year. Okay. So I would hope there are more than 10 per city. 10 righteous people per city. But more the barrier. We need more. Okay, next one here is from Gizbo SBOL for $5. Francis Dobbs says, as soon as he finished speaking, God really said, and that's my final offer. Good times. Good times. Sodom and Gomorrah. Good times. All right, Gizbo SBOL for $5. He asks, have you read Nigro's recently published book? No, I haven't. I haven't bought it yet. He dates the destruction of LB2B Jericho to circa 1270 BC and attributes it to attack by Ramses II. Oh, great. Let's talk about him as a... we're going to have to talk on this one a little bit, not so much on the evidence, because the evidence is really not in favor of this. But we're going to have to talk more about Nigro as a person. Okay? Because that's really a lot of the things weighing him down here. Now, when he talks about LB2B, it is a pretty broad range. And initially he placed the destruction at 1220 BC. But he sort of has since then scaled it back. And the reason why is because of the pressure he's gotten. He has gotten a lot of pressure to back down on this. Crazy amount of pressure. And I've seen this happen in other scholars too, where they take they have a take that would support something in the Bible, and then just everyone gangs up on him. And then he goes, this is not what I signed up for. So he's going to massage his opinion until he finds something that might work. That will sort of fend off the dogs. Do we have any evidence Ramses II destroyed Jericho? No. Not a shred. No scarabs. No captive inscriptions in Egypt. Nothing. There is absolutely nothing here that suggests Ramses II destroyed Jericho. In fact, we only have one party from the period that claims destruction of Jericho. And that is the Israelites. They're the only people who claim it. Ramses II doesn't claim it. You know? Darkblade. This mafia cares more about opposing the Bible than actually following the evidence. Sure, yeah. Merv Bonson goes, Dan, McClellan, and Kip sent their goons on Nigro? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Gizbo SBL, he also dates the collapse of the mud brick to circa 1300 BC and attributes it to an earthquake. How do you date a collapse by earthquake? I mean, really? Again, that's speculative.
In Egypt, all the columns fell over in one direction. They looked at what was directly underneath the column. That was kind of interesting.
I mean, here's the thing. If we're talking 1070 BC anyway, that would be the very last campaign Ramses II ever does. So you kind of got to ask the question, too. If this is the last campaign Ramses II ever does, why is he going out to Jericho? You know, this would be the campaign that he sort of would be wanting to wrestle vassal states from the Hittites. You know, this is the point where this is the very last conflict he has with the Hittites. Why go out to Jericho? Jericho only makes sense to attack if you're coming in from the other side. Because here's the thing with Jericho. Jericho, to attack it from the Judean foothills, why? Why would you attack Jericho from the Judean foothills? And frankly, this is how Egypt would be coming in. Would be Egypt. I mean, here's the thing. You have to understand, Jericho is a fortress. It's a military fortress designed to guard the fords of the Jordan River. That's its only purpose, really, is to guard the fords of the Jordan. Okay? So attacking it from behind makes no sense. It's not of any value to attack it from behind. So that's what it would and frankly, if this was coming from Ramses II, Ramses II would be doing the traditional route up the coastal plain, cross the Jezreel Valley, down into the Judean foothills, and then attack Jericho from behind. What's the value of that? I mean, it's not a wealthy city. It's not a powerful city. It's only a city of strategic importance because it guards the fords of the Jordan coming in from the east. It's no threat to the west. So it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense here. So Gizmo SBOL says the book Nigro does in the book Nigro does present Ramses' second attribution more as a suggestion he considers plausible and admits that it's an argument from silence. Yeah, so he has no evidence. He has no evidence for this. So yeah, he's just bowing to pressure, and he's done this before. This is not the first time he's bowed to pressure. He did the first time on his first findings of Jericho. So this is something in his nature. You know, he wants to dig, and he doesn't want to dig something that gives him a lot of trouble. And Jericho is nothing but trouble. It's nothing but trouble. Because if you find something that confirms the Bible, you're going to get a lot of heat. They're not really players in this. Gizmo SBL, it's a way for him to avoid siding with either Windows early date or the late date. Yeah, basically he doesn't want to be side with anything. He's sort of broach. He's basically playing both sides. Got worth it. Academics in the humanities bowing to pressure. Shocking. Yeah, shocking. Shocking. Yeah, I'm not that shocked. I've seen it happen too many times. I've seen it happen way too many times. All right, let's move on. The next one here is from Striding Hermit for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Should ritual cleanliness matter to modern clergy? I don't think so. I mean, ritual purity is one of those things that has to sort of walk in step with the ritual law. If it walks in step with the ritual law, then it's ritual purity, okay, and ritual cleanliness. The fact is that the ritual law is part of the ceremonial law, and the ceremonial law was filled in its entirety by Jesus Christ. So there's no compulsion at this point for modern clergy to follow the ritual law. It's not a thing that matters. Frankly, it doesn't really matter for Christianity. It really doesn't matter to Judaism either. Without a temple, there's no compulsion for the ritual law, even for Judaism. So yeah, I don't think this is something that really matters to modern clergy or Christians in general. And it won't even matter for Jews until the temple's restored. Once the temple is restored, well then all bets are off. Darkblade comments here. Hopefully this is as far as it goes, and he's talking again about Nigro here. And they don't manage to make him chicken out of pointing that LLB2 Jericho even existed. I'm hoping that they don't pressure him that far either, because he doesn't have the strength of character not to cave. And that's just a character flaw in Nigro. He just doesn't have the character to basically tell the whole field to go fly. Okay, next one here. Striding Hermit for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. To what extent are we responsible for our ideas, given that our words and actions are on record as well? Yeah. It's hard to say exactly what we mean by that. Now, if our ideas are leading people astray, then yeah, we are definitely responsible for that. but we're also responsible for what we build up and what we tear down. So words and actions matter. They really, really matter. And if we promote ideas that lead people astray, then yeah, we're going to be held an account for that. And those things that we do in unrighteousness, we will be held account for. So yeah, absolutely. We are responsible for what we do, and what ideas we promote. Now, that's not saying that repeating an idea that's bad is necessarily evil, but it's repeating an idea to critique it can be a good thing. But again, it's one of those things where it's the intent here that really and the results of the fruit of that idea that really determines what responsibility that we're going to have for it ultimately.
Well, repeating something just to feel man.
Yeah.
To say, this is what this group actually thinks they believe.
Yeah. Now, DBC 2004 says, I read his relevant chapters this week. He proposed a major earthquake in late 14th century. He has arguments for that. But when it comes to the Ramessides, he indicates it's more of a speculation. I'd like to see how he dates this too. Because there's some issues here, I think, just of chronology that probably are not being handled correctly either. He says, however, he doesn't indicate the speculation when he states a demotion of the city to a version, no outside walls, around 1070 BC. In other places, he uses 1075 BC. Yeah, again, I don't think he's got the granularity in the data to say that one way or the other. So, SlamRN says, arguments from silence are just plain bad. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are just plain bad. Yeah, arguments from silence should stay silent. They're not good arguments, and they've been the death knell of many historians. David Hackett Fisher has commented that don't use arguments from silence because they prove you out to be an idiot. So. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit. The arguments of silence are just not good. They're not good, and a piece of evidence can come along that can make you look really, really foolish. So, Darkblade goes, argument from silence is also literally a logical fallacy. Yeah, it is. It's a logical fallacy. It's a historical fallacy. It's terrible, and yet historians and archaeologists continue to do it. Why? Because they're going with the pressure. They're following the group. It becomes a kind of groupthink. Scott Worthen says one cannot prove a negative. No, you can't. That's a universal negation fallacy. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Exactly. All right, let's move to the next one here. Super chat here. Striding Hermit asks a member question here. What is the rarest tea you've tried? White tea. Imperial white tea. Tried it at a little tea shop in Liverpool, where we went to the tea tasting. We did. That was very cool. That was very, very cool. Yes. Yes, Imperial white tea. Very tasty, very subtle, and very floral. Liked it a lot. But it was called As I said, imperial white tea. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. DBC says, you've quoted Lorenzo Past as reputable and trustworthy. I've also quoted him as being succumbing to pressure very easily. So don't take that as qualified. As I said, he's done this before. It's not the first time. He goes, why now, when his conclusions contradict your beliefs, you dismiss him and invoke pressure for his statements? Because he's done it before. Look, he did this is the first time when his first results came out. It's not the first time. If it's something where he does it over and over again, you see a pattern. So, and he's changed his date. Why did he change his date? He changed his date from 1220. Well, we know it's that he ignores the Cypriot ware. Okay. Cypriot ware shows that the destruction of Jericho was around 1220. Why does he ignore the Cypriot ware? He knows the Cypriot ware exists. Okay, well, now we're going to have some issues. So, I've quoted him insofar as he's followed the data. I've always quoted him, anyone who follows the data. If you follow the data, hey, I'm on your side. It's when you stop following the data and then you start doing other things, like bending to the pressure, then I'm going to have some issues with that. And, like, for example, when he first came out with these results, he went into, he started doing these, he did these presentations, and where he would announce the results, and then he would go, he did this really weird thing. Some people would say, who had read all the reports, who read everything, what's it called? The previous excavators had done, like, Kenyon had done all of that. And then he goes, well, we got evidence for this late Bronze 2B destruction around 1220 BC. And then someone would ask him the question. Does that confirm the Joshua narrative? And then what he would say is this. Well, what do you think it means? It's like, yeah. Yeah, he's not a courageous man. He's not a courageous man. I see Rob's on. So, understand that. This is not the first time. This is not the first time he's done this. And I don't think it'll be the last. He's a guy that cares about his career. Okay, that was cool. Okay, that was cool. A lot of us people care for their career more than standing up for the truth. That's very common these days, especially in academic circles.
And that's also very
I've seen it in conservative Christianity too, where people would rather stand up for their careers than stand up for the truth. So,
it's a very real fact that people lose jobs.
Mm-hmm. Getting people to endorse this book was like pulling teeth. Like pulling teeth, because too many of the people who were asked to do an endorsement basically were afraid. They were afraid of the backlash they would receive by supporting a late Exodus date supporter. And a lot of that was from people who actually believed in a late Exodus date. So, yeah. Harry Stark goes, money is a big incentive. It's a huge incentive. Yeah, in God we trust, but our landlord wants cash. Mm-hmm. It's a reality, and it's a very... Look, you want to see an academic throw you under the bus? Ask him to support an opinion that could could cost him some grants or get him unpopular with donors at the university. You'll see the yellow streak pop out so fast it'll glow in the dark. Ryan Cohnkamp says, I wonder how many early daters are closet late daters. Fair number. Yeah, fair number of them are. But they don't want to take the heat. And I don't blame them. Frankly, I do not blame them. Michael Gee.
They just don't.
Yeah. Michael Gee says here, many translators are still too afraid of the pushback to call the Red Sea the Sea of Reeds. Yeah. Absolutely, they're too afraid. They are too afraid. Because while the truth doesn't bite, the donors do. Andrew Graham goes, fiction over truth, money over truth. This all boils down to money. It's an odious thing to say, but it's also the hard truth. Our religious gatekeepers care more about their comfort and their comfort and their lifestyle. They care about the truth. Mm-hmm.
It's
yeah. All right. So let's move on to the next one here. Striding Hermit for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Writing question. Have you ever been weary of the possibility digital books being altered long after an author's passing due to censorship? Oh, it's happening right now. Yeah, it's happening right now. I'll tell you one place it's really happening is in movie adaptations. Anyone see the new Animal Farm? Wow. The new Animal Farm basically portrays George Orwell's Animal Farm as humans are the bad guys, that the animals are all equal, and when they work together as a collective, they will get equality, and then they can rise up in a revolution. That's communism. That's the exact thing George Orwell was railing against. In the book, the revolution happens at the beginning of the book, and then you see the outcome of the false equality of communism. Comicism. Yeah. They try to turn it, but this one they try to turn into a children's movie where everyone's nice, that if you all cooperate as a collective and everyone is equal, good things will happen. Ryan Cohn. Oh, yeah. Tell me you didn't read the book without telling me you didn't read the book. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah. I mean, the book. I mean, the book is not a kid's book. I mean, it's not a children's book. It was a book for an adult. It's an allegory about the evils of communism. Now, I'm all for showing kids the evils of communism. Scott says, Animal Farm as a kid's movie? What a case study in catastrophe. Yeah. Andrew Graham goes, I haven't completed the book, but the movie was bad. I read the book in high school. I read the book in high school, and you can't escape what it's about. It's absolutely uh CPM versus DOS. Watership Down, Animal Farm, not kids' movies. They work though. Hey, look, I think we should force watch, make kids watch those the originals, the original Watership Down. It'll make them tough. Dramatize them, but it'll make them tough. Harry Stark. Why didn't Orwell criticize communism directly? He did in his essays. Yeah, but here's the thing too. Orwell was a highly literate person. He understood that he could much more effectively communicate the evils of communism in fiction and allegory than he could just by stating it. Solzhenitsyn also did it directly, and about 1/10, like less than 1/100th of the people who read Solzhenitsyn when compared to Orwell. Orwell presented Animal Farm in a way that people could read it, could actually read it and digest it. Solzhenitsyn gives you all the data, but it's overwhelming. I mean, the Archipelago Gulag is an incredible work of Soviet era communism. It's an incredible piece of work. It's just so saturated with detail that you can't get through it. I mean, the Gulag Archipelago is just horrifying. But it's just... What was that?
Andrew Grant, Brave New World, Iron Maiden.
Andrew Graham, Brave New World, the Iron Maiden track. Yeah. But here's the thing. That's why Orwell didn't... I mean, he did criticize. I mean, he criticized in his essays, and you can still get the collection of Orwell's essays. He directly criticizes communism. He hates communism. I agree with him. I hate communism. But it's also true that he understood that by doing it as a fiction, you're going to get broader appeal. Remind you of something? I could have done this as a complete textbook on archaeology. Wouldn't have the same appeal. Harry Stark goes, is it true that Bolshevism, communism had significant contribution by Jews? In the early days, yes, that is true. There were a lot of what we call secular Jews. A lot of secular Jews were involved with the Bolshevik Revolution. They regretted it. They came to really regret it. Because they also became the first victims. What communists call useful idiots. Harry Stark asks, what did Orwell think of New Testament historicity and Jesus' historicity? He doesn't say. He doesn't go into religious stuff, as far as I can tell. Annie Manuel says, Stalin put my uncle in a gulag. He escaped, walked across Siberia, jumped ship, and made it to Canada. My grandparents, is it okay to share this? My parents escaped Ukraine in the during the Russian Revolution. They saw the horrors of communism. And it scared them to the day they died. They wouldn't talk about it. Darkblade goes, turns out Stalin didn't like Jewish people either. No, he didn't.
The problem with that is there's always got to be...
Yeah.
When you kill your external enemy, They're going
Andrew Graham goes, Ukraine is under the horror of communism. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally hell on earth at this point. Okay, so, but yeah, so yeah, Striding Hermit, getting back to your original question, digital books are one way that an author's work can be censored, but it isn't the only way. And movies are doing it a lot more. But here's the thing: it's the first step. It's the movies first, then it's the rewrite, because what they need is the rewrite of the book to match the movie. So it begins with the movies, and then it ends up with the books.
people don't know. They have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
They never go back and check the source text, the original
Yeah.
book.
It won't surprise me, honestly, if somebody goes back and rewrites Lord of the Rings. Or Narnia. It'll happen eventually.
Remember when we saw Narnia?
Mm-hmm.
And I heard those girls saying, oh, everybody said it was some great movie, but it's just a movie about a talking.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all they understood. Narnia
Oh, yeah.
was a talking.
So, yeah. I mean, we Mrs. Producer remind me of when we went out to the showing of the theatrical showing of Narnia, the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and the recent movie. And as we were leaving the theater, we overheard these teenage girls talking about, yeah, it's a movie about a magic lion, but I just don't get it. Just don't get it. I don't understand it. What was the big deal of all this? Warrior of the Most High says Lord of the Rings is already rewritten by Amazon. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. At least in the theatrical productions. But yeah, it's going. The text will eventually be rewritten too. So, Harry Stark asks a good question: does censorship occur from the government or from the publishers? Great question, and a question everyone should understand. Okay? This is a question everybody should understand. Censorship does not come from the government. It comes from the industry. Industry dictates censorship. It always has. It has, and this is going at least 300 years in Western Europe with the printers guilds. The printers guilds controlled the content that was getting printed. And they controlled who got to print what. Censorship came from industry because it didn't want to interfere with the government. So, absolutely, it comes from private industry. It's where censorship comes from the publishers. All right, let's move on to the next question here. Next one here from Striding Hermit for $20. Thank you very much for the super chat. Preface. You have often noted that we sometimes misunderstand the scale of heaven and the spirit realm. Sure, okay, great preface. Do you see us misunderstanding heavenly job roles as well? For example, being an effective listener. Sure, absolutely. There's going to be a huge diversity of job roles in heaven. Each according to one's rewards. So absolutely, I see this is perfectly fine as far as say expanding our scopes of what heaven is like. I think we should expand our scope of what heaven is like. We kind of have a Sunday school version of heaven of people playing harps on cotton ball clouds.
That's literally medieval.
It's literally medieval.
They did that because that was their idea.
Yeah.
Not being out laboring in a farm.
Yeah, not laboring on a farm and strumming a harp while floating on a cloud is probably ideal.
Yeah. Somebody from a Renaissance. That's a different thing. Couple of hammered.
Yeah, but yeah, I think the jobs that you're going to find in heaven are exceptionally diverse, but they're going to be jobs that are sort of suited for heaven. So, effective listener, sure, why not? An effective writer, an effective songmaker, an effective composer. If you've got a heavenly choir to sing your compositions, dang, can you think about a better instrument to compose for? So, absolutely, I think there's a whole lot. There's going to be color and shape and form.
And people are going to be wearing clothes culture they came from.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be this huge difference just in clothing, not white robes.
Yeah.
God is. There's how many different species of insects? Why would we suddenly become different?
Yeah, exactly. Andrew Graham goes, improvement on progressive rock? Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Harry Stark asks the question, doesn't self-publishing give anyone the ability to publish anything? That door is starting to close. Okay? And we're starting to see it with like the drafted digital rule changes. Okay? So that door is starting to close. I don't know if you're aware of the new drafted digital changes, and if you haven't, you can see on my my Substack where I talk about this. Here are the new drafted digital changes. Okay. You have to pay $20 to get a new account. Okay, so it's a $20 fee, which is okay. That's fine. That's no problem. I think it was $15 a year to maintain your account if you don't earn more than $100 net in a year. Now, here's the thing. If you don't earn $100 net a year, they don't pay out. So you get zero.
Yeah, that's one of the big things about these people is they say it doesn't matter if you earn. I don't owe you what you earn.
Yeah.
You have to earn above.
Yeah.
And it's all electronic, so it doesn't cost.
Yeah. So the door to self-publishing, and here's the thing, they're using the pretense of AI slop to say, okay, this is where we need to take these actions to prevent AI slop. But here's the other thing, though. Here's the unintended consequences. Is it's going to seriously affect high-end fiction and high-end non-fiction. Okay? We have a friend, a great scholar, he's a good scholar, who wrote a biography on Theodore Beze. Okay? You know who I'm talking about. Okay? After 25 years, he earned his first royalty check. And it was for 50 cents. It wasn't a bad book. It was a good book. It was a well-written book. But it's a very niche appeal book. But if he had been working under drafted digital rules, he'd have to pay $15 a year for 25 years to keep the book in print. So self-publishing is starting to close the doors on anyone just publishing. So this is not something that's going to be with us for long. I think a lot of other self-publishers are going to get in on the act too, because there's money to be had, and more importantly, if these publishers can keep the money, invest the money, earn interest on the money, and never have to pay out, they'll do it. Harry Stark says, I tried to publish a book with a publisher about Christian Jews. No one wanted it. Well, there's many reasons why people won't want it. One, is the market saturated? Did you market it well? I mean, frankly, look, I'm going to be very, very blunt with you. I don't like talking about my book at the beginning of every live stream. I don't like doing it. I don't like doing it at all. I hate doing it. It rubs me the wrong way. It really rubs me the wrong way to promote my books. However, if I don't, nobody hears about it. And then people are just content not buying it. So you know, a huge part of writing these days is marketing. And always mentioning your book. So nobody wanted it. Did anyone know about it? I mean, it's one of those things that a lot of people just don't buy the book because they don't know about it. You know, they say something like 3 million books a year are being published. That's a sea of books. We have to understand that prior to self-publishing, that number was about 50,000. So you're having to fight with everyone else for attention. So but that's the thing. And frankly, with the YouTube apocalypse, you know, where our ad revenue has gone way down because YouTube is no longer promoting small channels like this in the way they did last year. It's become more of a necessity, which is why you're finding more and more YouTube channels promoting, say, merch, books, conferences, courses, tutorials, stickers, all coffee mugs.
What we used to
Yes, coffee mugs. Yeah, kitsch stuff. Because the fact is that a lot of because of Patreon's another way, yeah. And we have a Patreon as well. But if you don't do this, nobody knows it's out there and they can't help you. That's why they do it. That's why we do it. It's not that we want to do it. We don't want to do this. But we need help to make sure that the channel keeps going. And if you can buy the book, and please leave a review, that helps us. That gives us more traction, so we have to do less of this. Because we want to do less of it. But we can't while our revenue is uncertain. Scott Warthen goes, yeah, where's the Egypt in the Bible merch options? I wear the t-shirt, no joke. Yeah. We do have merch options in the on the channel, but we don't, I mean, no one's bought any of the merch for over a year because we don't pitch it. We don't advertise it. So Darkblade goes, if you're able to do less of it, might that bring back Talbot Slade? He wants us to be a strictly Bible channel. Okay. He'll tolerate the Egypt stuff, but he really wants us to be strictly a Bible channel. It's more than just, say, we enjoyed having him in the community. We appreciated his support, but there was some pressure there to change our content. Okay, so Messianic Talmud, never knew you had any merchandise, Dr. Folk. Oh yeah, we even have stickers. I mean expensive, but they're cool. Here's an example of one of our stickers. But yeah, we've had merch We have t-shirts. Coffee mugs are better. I'll admit the coffee mugs are fantastic. We would love it if there was a different merch option too, because the shirts, you have to take really fastidious care of them or they tend to wear down quickly. But the coffee mugs are great. The coffee mugs are absolutely fantastic. We do have, as I say, we do have merch, but we don't advertise it. We don't plug it. So we didn't want to be that kind of channel. We're kind of forced to be that channel because of what YouTube's done. So, I don't know what to say. But please buy our books and please leave reviews because it helps us. Okay. Gonna move on here. Those bucks on the mug look freaky.
They do.
But they do look freaky. But they're so cool. I mean, look at that. Look at that bug. Just it also has a QR code on the side too. Bugs in the mug. Okay. We got here Striding Hermit one for $10. I'd love to sponsor a question of your choice. Do we have a question to sponsor? Okay, what do we got?
That's
Sponsor a funny instead.
yeah, Andrew Graham said a defective is
Lots of funnies, no questions, huh? We've been through a lot of them already, though.
yeah, we have some. But I think somebody already asked.
Okay. Then we will pass on that. Okay, then we will wait on that one then.
Okay. Interesting one.
Okay.
Ruth asked two interesting ones, one at 8:11, one at 8:12. How old was Isaac about to be sacrificed? And after that, was Jesus offending the Phoenician woman, or was he testing?
Okay, let's take that first one. Okay, Louis Sandoval asked the question, how old was Isaac when he was about to be sacrificed? And this is a sponsored question from Striding Hermit. Wow, I wish I knew. Okay? I wish I knew. And the Bible doesn't tell us, which is really unfortunate because it would help us calculate some of the chronology better. Because a lot of that chronology of say, the seed of Abraham is based upon the date of Isaac at this promise. So, we don't know. Here's what we can presume, though. He was old enough to carry a bunch of sticks up a hill for a sacrifice. Okay? So he's probably in his early teens. He is probably... Warrior of the Most High. He was 10. Source. I made it up. Yeah. Warrior of the Most High. Yeah, that's the most of the sources they get these days. Yeah, so he's probably in his early teens, probably between, I would guess, between 13 and 15. So, basically, too young to fight off a fully grown man. Okay, so that's what I would peg the date at, his age at, but we don't know. It's only a guess. But if he was say 18 or 21, yeah, he will not be going on that pyre as a willing victim. Okay? He would be just too strong at that point. Especially against an old man. but at 13 to 15, he'd still be, say, immature enough that he could be overpowered and put on a burnt offering pyre at that point. So yeah, he would need to be in that early teens just to be between that, carrying that pile of sticks up for a burnt offering and being young enough to be still overpowered by Abram. So sneaky little Abraham with his silver hammer. So Lewis, I hope that helped. Thank you, Striding Hermit, for that sponsor. We really appreciate it. So okay, so let's go on to the next one here. Striding Hermit again for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Writing question: has your stance changed on what makes a hero versus what makes a champion? No, it hasn't. I still think that there's a difference between a hero and a champion. A champion is not necessarily a hero. A hero has to fight for a cause. Champion can just fight for money. Champion can fight for the bad guy. Champion can have no vested interest in it. Yeah, Goliath was a champion. He fought for the Philistines. Yeah, he wasn't a hero.
David was not actually a champion.
Yeah, David was not actually a champion.
His side did not choose him.
Mm-hmm.
He was a hero. He stepped up to it.
Yeah, he was a hero because he stepped up to it. So, David fought for what he believed in. He was the hero. Goliath fought because that was his profession. It was his profession, and he was defending the bad guys. So no, my stance on this has really not changed. Now, I think that a champion can be a hero, and I think a hero can be a champion, but a hero does not necessarily have to be a champion, and a champion does not necessarily have to be a hero. They're two different categories. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Darkblade. Does Satan count as a champion? No, he's a bum. He's a squatter. He's a bum.
He's also not really fighting force.
No. He's just causing trouble. He's just breaking into God's house, wrecking the furniture, doing what squatters do. Somebody, please change the locks. CPM versus DOS. Spare change, please. Satan, yeah. Andrew Graham, Satan's squatting bum. That's all he is. I mean, that's what he is. He's a squatter. That's his claim to the earth, is squatters' rights. He doesn't have any actual claim to the deed. He just sort of moved in when God moved out.
The people, there's the people Adam gave.
Christus Victor. A ransom theory. That's ransom theory, yeah.
That Adam gave.
Yeah.
Adam's dominion to.
What's the evidence for ransom theory? Zip. It's an argument from silence. So, yeah. Darkblade says, by the way, I was rewatching the Assassin's Creed Origins playthrough earlier today. I couldn't see any of the Camelopard's chats. That could be because he might have either changed his account or has gotten off of YouTube. If he closed his account on YouTube, his chats would disappear. So that can happen. But I don't know. I haven't heard from Camelopard in a long time. So it's possible that he just sort of closed down his YouTube account. If that's the case, you're not going to find his chats on anything. It's just, they're just going to disappear. So hope that helps. Warrior of the Most High, did Satan, Lucifer, or other angels help create the earth with God? No. Or did God set everything in motion? Not quite either. Okay, that's a kind of a false dichotomy. The angels didn't help create the earth. God created the earth. Okay? And all that is in it. Okay, so that's pretty clear from scripture. Angels are more or less caretakers. And the heavenly host, they're caretakers, they're minions of God. They are part of the divine council sometimes. But when God put things in motion, he created the universe, then he created the heavenly host, then he sort of finished off the earth, as it were. So, they didn't help create the earth, they were just there spectating it. Spectating and sort of moving in when they were supposed to maintain it. And then they rebelled. Lovely. Any Manuel gender angels.
Harry Stark.
Okay, Harry Stark asks, what does mytho-history explain? Exactly mean? Okay, it is the idea that there's a historical core that is elevated into the drama of the gods. That's what it means. That's what mytho-history is. So, take, for example, the Iliad, okay? Where the Greeks and the Trojans go to war, okay? During the Iliad, you have all these Greek gods coming in and interacting and pulling the strings of all these Greek figures like Achilles and Hector and King Menelaus. Okay, so what you have there in, say, the Iliad is you have all of these figures that there is some historical core to, being sort of, their actions are interacting with the divine. So that's what mytho-history is. Okay? So we know there was a Trojan War. We know that. It's actually recorded in secondary sources. There's records of the Egyptian of Troy asking Egypt for assistance. So we have evidence for the Trojan War. Schliemann discovered some of the destructions of Bronze Age Troy. Now, how this relates to the Bible is that a lot of what we see in, say, the opening chapters of Genesis are Adam and Eve, which would be a historical first man and woman, at least within the context of the chapter, interacting with God in the garden. So that would be classic mytho-history. Michael Gee asks, Mesopotamian flood myths may be in part mytho-history? Yeah, sure. Definitely. But Gilgamesh is almost entirely myth? No. Gilgamesh is not entirely myth. It is also mytho-history. How do we know this? We have an inscription for King Gilgamesh. Dun dun dun. There is one historical inscription for Gilgamesh. So, he's mytho-history. Now, it's not a very long inscription. It's a very, very short inscription. I think it was on a base of a statue. But still, That's enough. That's enough to elevate something from being considered myth to mythohistory. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool how that works. And there's basically various levels of this too, which is very kind of interesting too. Which is you have mythology, but you also have mythohistory, and then you have hagiography, which is something yet different again. So, yeah, all of it to confuse you, but we're trying to clear some of the confusion. Okay, next one here. Next one here is from Messianic Talmud for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. And he asks, just need a change here. Okay. And he asks, why were the Assyrians so open about their brutality against enemies and captive women? For example, Ashurbanipal seems inscriptions and the Balawat gates of King Shalmaneser III. Okay, that's a great question. And that's because Assyrians had what was called a doctrine of fear. Okay? Here's how the Assyrian conquest worked. They made conquest as brutal and awful as possible and struck as much terror in their enemies as possible. In fact, they made it so bad that they just had to say, okay, if you don't want to pay tribute, we'll come back. And that was enough for a lot of kingdoms to pay tribute. Because they would just, it was an extortion racket. They come in, they bust your shop up, go, if you don't pay tribute, we'll be back. It's protection money. It's a protection racket. The Assyrians were running a protection racket. Essentially, you pay us money, or we bust down your gates and kill all your people. Again. So this is why they were very, very open about their brutality. It's also what made them incredibly hated. They were so hated that when the Persians, the Babylonians and the Medes allied, they had more than enough help. Everyone was getting on board. Yeah, everyone wanted to see the Assyrians crushed because they had been so awful to everyone. Now, were the Persians much better? No, they weren't. But they were just hated. The Assyrians were just hated so much more because of their gratuitous brutality. So,
it
was gratuitous. It was strategy, but it was also gratuitous too. Darkblade, would an accurate film about an Assyrian conquest be too much even for an NC-17 rating? It'd be too much for an NC-17. Probably you'd have to do X for just over the top violence. It was just like that. Yeah, it was unspeakably horrifying. Okay, let's move on to the next question here. Happy thought. We all love Assyrian brutality because it's so much fun. All right. Invaziano Christian Moso asks, what is the best candidate for the city of Ai in the Bible? I'm still placing my money on Aint. I have not heard, I still haven't gotten my hands on the latest findings from Aint. There has been some suggestion that they did find a late bronze to be settlement at Aint. If so, that would be by far the best candidate for Ai. But again, we don't have that yet. The last report had some suggestions of Late Bronze 2B at 8 Tel. But it was in as far as it was just ceramic remains. But every time you start seeing ceramic remains in the Late Bronze 2B, you're gonna have to start thinking site leveling, and then you got to re-examine those results. So I still think 8 Tel's the best. Tel al-Maktir is not a candidate at all, in my opinion. I think they've ABR is just out on a limb on that one. They're just in crazy town. So that's my thought on that. T. Wanchek for $5 asks, is Genesis 47:21 saying Joseph bought all the private land in Egypt and the people went into servitude? Do Egyptian records mention anything like this? Okay, let's bring up the text and then we will mention what we know about the land use, which is very interesting. Okay, Genesis 47 verses 20. Okay. First starting verse 20. So Joseph bought all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh, for every Egyptian sold his field, because famine was severe upon them. Thus the land became Pharaoh's. And for the people, he removed them to the cities from one end of Egypt's border to another. Only the land of the priests he didn't buy, for the priests had an allotment from Pharaoh, and they left off the allotment which Pharaoh gave them. Therefore, they did not sell the land. Okay, now, absolutely, the Egyptian records mention something like this. Okay, now let's take this piece by piece. Let's start here with 22. Only land of priests he didn't buy. Okay, priests did have allotments from the king. They had that since the Middle Kingdom. So the priests had their sort of private reserved lands for the cultivation of temple sacrifices. Okay, that's true. Okay, absolutely. Was it? And there's a whole book on this called I think it's something Pharaoh's Households or something like that talks about this one subject in excruciating detail. Okay, now the next thing here is, did Joseph buy the land for Pharaoh? Yes, it looks like that's the case. And here's how we know this. One of the things when Ahmose I conquers the land from the Hyksos, he redivides the land so that all the soldiers who served under him got a piece. His soldiers did not have a piece before. And we see this in the account of Mess. Now, the account of Mess is like this. Mess basically I believe he lived during the reign of either Seti I or Ramses II. He was a descendant of one of Ahmose I's soldiers. But he couldn't prove that he had title to the land. So he had to go to Memphis and go through all the tax records to find his ancestral claim to the land, which he does find. Okay? So he restores his family's fortunes, getting the land back that belonged to him because of his ancestors' service to Ahmose I. Not the only time you're happy paying taxes, right? So tax records matter. What can I say? Okay. But that land was only divided because it was confiscated from the Hyksos. That's the issue. Okay? So, did the people go into servitude? Well, they had to pay taxes now. Because Pharaoh bought all the land, they had to pay taxes. And we see this in verse 24. At the harvest you shall give a fifth to Pharaoh, and 4/5 shall be for your own seed of the field, and for your food, and those of your household, as food for your little ones. This is the tax rate that, say, Kamosa is complaining about when he rebels. So that's also in the records. He says 1/5 do we have to pay tribute to the Hyksos. He says this is garbage, this is baloney. To give 20% to these dang Semitic foreigners. So that's in the records too. So yes, a lot of this section in Genesis 47 is in the records. Michael Gee goes, 20% tax rate? I wish mine would drop to that level. Actually, what kills me is not the tax rate. It's the Canada pension plan. That kills me. Because that's based upon your gross, not your net income. That one kills me every year. All right. Move on to the next one here. So yeah, we find all this in the records. A lot of it is there, and but thank you very much for the question. We really appreciate it. Okay, next one here is from Louis Sandeville for 199. Thank you for the super chat. How does Deuteronomy 6:4 oneness support the Trinity? Okay, let's find it. Deuteronomy 6. Verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God. The Lord is one. Get that back in. Stay. Okay. Okay. It's basically the one what. The Trinity is one what, three who. It's one essence, three persons. Okay? So when the Lord is one, Yahweh is one being. He's one essence. So in that respect, it supports the oneness of God being one being. So in that way, it supports the Trinity. For establishing that the Trinity has multiple persons, you've got to go elsewhere, like Isaiah 44:6. Okay? But there are other passages there that do support that. This so shows that it's one being, one essence. So insofar as that goes, that's how it supports it. So hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. No, Dr. Folk is not oneness. Not even close. All right, CPM versus DOS. He says, sponsoring King Bubby's question. I don't think this is really a sponsorship, is it? Using a member question to... I mean, we haven't really forbid it, but I don't think that's really a sponsorship, but okay. We'll let it go.
They have the right to ask a question.
Yeah, sure, okay. Sponsoring King Bubby's question. What would you say is the strangest, most baffling objection to a historical exodus that you've ever heard? The strangest objection I've ever heard to the Exodus is, what did they wear? Where did they get their clothes from? Where did they get their shoes from? That was the single most strangest, baffling objection to the Exodus I have ever heard. They had sheep. A whole bunch of cattle and things in the field just got killed. Yeah, you're going to let it rot there, or you're going to harvest the hides? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's just bizarre. And just went on like, okay, well, where did they get the cloth from? Sheep? Wool? Well, how do they turn it in cloth? Looms? Where do they get the looms from? Three sticks and a pair of stones? These are things that you can find out in the savannah. Like, really? Oh, jeez. Where did you get the leather for the shoes? Animal hides? Again, sheep? Cows? Those things? Yeah, that was the strangest objection to the Exodus I've ever heard. It just did not make any sense at all. Okay, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Merv Monson goes, doesn't Deuteronomy 8:4 say clothing didn't wear out? It says that, but it means that the inference there is not that it didn't wear out, but that it was being constantly replaced. So it's not quite that it didn't wear out. It was more that they were never short. They were never short of clothing. So that's really more what that text means. But it's a good point. Good point. All right, next question here. Oh. Where are the most high? Where can I read the Mari letters? That is a good question. I can give you a source. I can get it out of here. I'm going to pitch a book here that's not mine. This is the best resource I have for the Mari letters. Okay? From the Mari Archives by Jack Sasson. Excellent book. Published by Eisenbronze. Okay? Phenomenal book. All sorts of texts on the Mari letters. You want the absolute definitive source? This is it for the Mari letters. Great translations. Probably the best compilation of them we have. It's, how many hundred pages is this? This is 450 pages. It's well worth the money. Well worth it. May not be cheap, but it's good. All right. There you go. Okay, so that's where you can read the Mari letters. Okay. Next one here. Lou Sandoval asks an interesting question here. A week ago, I was watching the Ring movie about the Spirit Girl. Why? Different taste, I guess. And I wonder if it's possible that a spirit critter to move from place to place, or are they fixed locally? They're not fixed locally. They may be fixed to a geographic region because of their imprisonment. Like, we do know that some spirit critters are thrown down. Now, when a spirit critter is thrown down, they are removed from their high place and they are constrained to earth as such. Okay? So they may be fixed to the earth, but they can move wherever they want on the earth. So So a spirit critter that's thrown down is fixed to planet Earth. It's why in the War of the Gods trilogy, I talk about spirit critters that could be constrained by gravity. That wasn't accidental. That actually comes from the idea of a spirit being thrown down from the heavenlies to Earth. Okay? So, that's a thing. Being thrown down is a thing. And that sort of imprisons a spirit critter to planet Earth. But if they're not thrown down, then they're not necessarily tied to Earth. And within that sphere of Earth, then they can move wherever they want, and they're not fixed locally as such. Okay? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Really appreciate it. Michael Gee asks, any stretch of the Bible timelines from 6,000-year-old Earth to 50,000-year-old can just as easily allow a stretch to 4.6 billion years old. There's ways you can stretch it where that's the 50,000 years is possible. Not so much with the 4.6 billion years, but that's a debate of chronology, and there are some issues with that either way. So, just wanted to make that point. Louis Sandoval for 199. Does Genesis 12:3 bless modern Israel or believers? Let's take a look. Genesis 12, verse 3. Okay. Now, this is talking to Abram. I will bless those who bless you, and the one who curses you I will curse, and in you all the families of the earth shall be blessed. Okay. This is a universal blessing, because the scope here is all the families of the earth. So this particular blessing is not just modern Israel, or believers. It's actually all the earth that's going to be blessed by this. And frankly, there is unbelievers that are blessed by this as well, which is an orderly society, the Judean Christian ethical worldview. So yeah, there's a lot that comes out of this particular blessing. So, there are blessings that are specific to Israel. Definitely ones that are specific to Israel. There's ones that are specific to believers, but in this particular case, this is to the whole earth. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Okay, next one here. All right, we finally got to Rob. Hey, Sentinel Apologetics for $5. Hi, Rob. How you doing? Long time no see. I hope all is well with you. Yeah, do drop me a DM or something and let me know how you're doing, because I would love to hear how it's going with you. You know where I am on Discord, so yeah, you can find me on Discord and you can send me a private message or something and just let me know how you're doing. I would appreciate knowing that. He says, Habibi, David. Habibi Rob. Dude's been hanging around too many Muslims. I come by that honestly. In Egypt, everyone is Habibi. Habibi is a way of saying it's a term of affection that means beloved. Okay, that's what it means. And you can use it with men or women, although I think the conjugation is slightly different for women. But, you know, you go to Egypt and you walk into some guy's shop and they'll go, Habibi! It's like, yeah. Everyone uses it in Egypt. You just see it all over the place. Friends, acquaintances, potential customers. You hear it everywhere. So, Habibi to you too, Rob. Habibi. Okay, it's good to see you. Anyway, glad you could be here tonight. CPM versus DOS. Habibi, buy my things. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. Again, money. It's all about money. Okay, next one here from Sentinel Apologetics for $5 Australian. Thank you again for the super chat. Don't you realize that Song of Solomon 5:16 has Muhammad's name in it? Clearly, Muhammadim is an Arabic term, not a Hebrew term from Ugaritic mode. No. No. I mean, I've heard that this has been debunked so often. It isn't even funny. Okay, let's bring up let's bring up Song of Solomon for the enlightenment of our audience here. Song of Solomon 5 16. Okay. All right. So, his mouth is full of sweetness, and he is wholly desirable. This is my beloved, and this is my friend, O daughters of Jerusalem. Now, let's take a look at the Hebrew here. It says, oh, he's educational. Okay. Okay, so, Mahmadim. Pleasant thing. Common, and it's a noun. It's common, masculine, plural. So, Muhammad is now in the plural. This is my beloved. In the plural. Oh, sorry. It's desirable. Oh, sorry. Desirable. And he is wholly desirable in the plural. So he is wholly Muhammad's? Oh boy. Oh boy. So bad. So bad. It just yeah, yeah. Arabic really does not it's not an Arabic term. Makmadim is not an Arabic term. It is definitely a Semitic term. Now, Arabic is a Semitic language, but it's also a medieval Semitic language. The reforms made to Arabic don't occur until the 6th, 7th century. So, I mean, it's just yeah, they do so many of these sort of there's nothing worse in my mind than Islamic apologetics. Because why? Just it's so atrocious. So atrocious, Islamic apologetics, and it's so badly done. But it's cultural apologetics. Okay? It's a cultural apologetic that only convinces those who are already immersed in the culture. So here we go. Sentinel apologizes for $10 Australian. He goes, love you too, David. Lots of updates. We should have a private discussion indeed. Oh, cool. I'm about to release my 5-hour epic episode 2 for God So Loved the Cosmos series. We're looking forward to that. That sounds interesting. Okay. And he goes for another $10 here. Frankly, I'm tired of all the Islamic uploads and streams lately on Christian channels. I am too. I've also had my fill on season in that arena. We need to get back to the gospel and proclaiming its glory. Yeah, I know. I stay out of that arena. I stay out of that arena. It's an arena you can only really get into if you want to devote your entire life to it. Because cultural apologetics doesn't convince people because they're already programmed into that. And unless you're speaking on their level, in their cultural framework, it's really, really difficult to make headway. Your best options, the best things that these sorts of apologetics do is they convince people who are just considering it. And that's a hard area to try to target. If you can reach those people, and that, I've noticed that IP, when he does do his apologetic stuff, he's really not targeting people who are already in Islam. Most of his work really focuses on those who are considering Islam. I mean, I love IP's series of shorts where there's the Islamic mullah teaching Islam to the Westerner. I think that's a really good good series because it breaks it down in such a way that the Westerner can understand it. And I think there's merit in that. But as far as trying to do a cultural apologetic to a people who are already in Islam, that's a life commitment. And it's not a life commitment if we've decided on our channel to be educators. We want to educate people on the Bible and the ancient Near East, and that's our bailiwick, and we want to stick to that. That's where we want to stay. Ganadel Based says it would be good if he did that for Mormonism as well. Mormonism is the same thing, though. It's the exact same thing for Mormonism. Mormonism is a cultural apologetic too. One thing that Mormonism often does is uses emotional experiences to convince. Like, for example, Mormons will often say, "I believe it's true because I have a burning in the bosom." That's classic Mormon speak for I am having a religious experience. And because I've had a religious experience, you can't contest the validity of my religious experience, so you gotta believe my testimony. Well, no. No, you don't. It's not the way that works. But it is convincing and compelling to people within Mormonism. So, Sentinel apologizes for $10. Thank you again. He says, Jesus says Moses wrote about me, but this doesn't mean his name is there. The Quran says that Muhammad's name was written by Moses. Did Moses, who had no idea about Arabic, hear an Arabic name? Arabic didn't exist at the time of Moses. Okay? The earliest traces we have of Old Arabic are 1000 BC. Moses was around circa 1263 BC. Arabic didn't exist as a language at the time of Moses. He couldn't have been speaking of Arabic. Not possible. Not unless Moses was a time traveler. Or maybe Muhammad was a time traveler. Somebody had to travel time.
There's absolutely evidential.
The Arabs in essentially come out of the lower Mesopotamia area of Sealand, and they start migrating first across the the eastern side of the Arabian Peninsula, and then come around the edge up around 1100-ish BC, but they really don't start writing and having a language until 1000 BC. So yeah, that
Yeah,
okay. Gandalf asks here, do you think Moses wrote the first 5 books in Proto-Hebrew or Ancient Hebrew? From my understanding, Ancient Hebrew develops around David's time. Neither. I think he wrote the first 5 books in Amoritic. Okay? Amoritic became Proto-Hebrew, and Proto-Hebrew became Classical Hebrew. Okay? And Classical Hebrew is around the time of David. So, and I think, and to be honest, if this train starts off with Amoritic, it solves a whole host of problems. In fact, I go over one of these in detail in the Moses chapter that I'm hopefully about to send to Hendrickson's. So,
yes.
yes, we are still working on that. We're just putting the final touches on that. But yeah, it seems to be that the Israelites left Egypt speaking Amoritic, and a hinky Egyptianized Amoritic, but it's an Amoritic. Okay. So, Warrior of the Most High, some sort of late Amoritic. Yeah, it's some sort of late Amoritic. Amoritic is still spoken at that time across the ancient Near East. Okay. We do know it's still spoken in Avaris. We know it's still spoken in Canaan. It's still spoken in Mitanni. Okay, the Mitanni were speaking Amoritic until at least the time when the Mitanni Empire fell apart in 1230. Okay? So there were still speakers of Amoritic running around the landscape at the time. Gandalf the Base asks, did Moses learn Amoritic? It's Amoritic, by the way. In Egypt, or did Egyptians not use that? The Egyptians didn't use that. It was the local dialect at Avaris. We do have several examples of Amoritic inscriptions at Avaris, particularly names. Not so much in pure Amoritic, but names. A lot of Amoritic names have been found at Avaris. So, the Egyptians didn't teach that. It's something he would have had to pick up, basically living in that area, and that seems to be where they got it from. So, Michael Gee goes, "Are you referring to the Plagues book?" Yes, I am. Scott Worthen, Amoritic. Yep, Hyksos didn't need a translator when they heard "Let my people go." Christ, this is surreal. Well, yeah. Guess what? Pharaoh would have known it too. That's the cool thing about this. Okay, this is something that's really cool. Because Seti the First, Ramses the First, Ramses the Second were born and raised around Avaris. They would have all known the Amoritic dialect. This is where they grew up. This was their neighborhood. Hey, this is what's so fascinating about this whole thing, is you got this sort of collision of coincidences here. Now I don't go for the undesigned coincidences theory, okay? But the number of coincidences that are happening here is just remarkable. You know, Jacob comes in and Joseph comes in from Canaan. They're Amorites. They come to an Amorite city at Avaris. Pharaoh can understand him. The king of Egypt can understand because he speaks Amorite, because he's the king at Avaris. Okay, got to change the regime, and then the Ramesside kings who are from Avaris and grew up and were born at Avaris. Ramses I, born at Avaris. Seti I, born at Avaris. Ramses II, born at Avaris. They're born and raised at Avaris. They pick up the local language. This is producer says, so you think Avaris had something to do with it? Gandalf Base, isn't there a verse that said they use translators? The verse that you're thinking of happens to be where the sons of Jacob come and talk to Joseph through a translator. Okay? Remember, Joseph is playing Egyptian. He's fooling his brothers by making them think he's a full-blood Egyptian. Okay?
Well, legally, are you talking about
Joseph, yeah.
Moses?
Not Moses, yeah.
Because legally, Moses was.
Yeah, but that's the verse with the translators, okay? But that's what's going on there. Joseph is trying to fool his brothers to deceive them, to catch them off guard, and it's cool. It's cool that by the time they get to Egypt, Joseph is so adept at Egyptian, he can speak it fluently. So, Darkblade goes, didn't Ramses II move to Thebes when his grandpa became pharaoh? Yes, he did, but the whole staff would have gone with him. So that's the whole sort of Avaris staff would have gone with them. So, so the household is already established. So yeah, it would have been grandpa. It would have been when his grandpa became pharaoh. Seti I would have been an adult already. Ramses II was, I think he was like 6. So he had already had some, learned some of that language. I mean, you pick up a lot of it by the time you're 6 anyway. So, Warrior of the Most High, Ramses could have been bilingual? Oh yeah, absolutely.
Everybody except...
Yeah. Bilingualism used to be so common. Today it's not. It used to be incredibly common. Gandalf the Base. Honestly, this is the highlight of my week. I love picking your brain about Egypt. Exodus is my focus for seminary. Awesome. Glad to hear that. Oh boy. Okay, let's get back to some of these super chats here. Keep going here. I think we're only at 9 something here. We've got to get more of these super chats out of the way. Because I think we're... Okay, we got this one from Sentinel Apologetics for $2 Australian. Thank you again. Gilgameshi baby is also in the Quran text. Not surprising. Gilgamesh, the tale of Gilgamesh was everywhere. We have about 21 extant copies of Fragments of Gilgamesh. It was an incredibly popular tale, and it had great traction in the culture, so that doesn't surprise me. Okay, next one here is from Rich Adam for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Why did God call Israel holy in Exodus 19:6 and Leviticus 19:2? I expect that God wants all Israel to have access, scared space, I think you mean sacred, not scared. Scared space to him, unlike other cultures where only priests had access to deities. Okay. To be holy means to be set apart. Okay. That's what it means, Kodesh, to be set apart, to be sanctified, and sanctified is just a fancy word for saying set apart, made special for purpose. Okay. So when God calls Israel holy, It means he wants them to be set apart for his master plan of world redemption. So, it's not that he wanted Israel just to have access to sacred space, but he also wanted those cultures to have access to the redempted, scared space. Yeah. Everyone's scared to go into sacred space. They should be anyway. The whole idea of Israel being holy is to have relationship with them, and the reason to have relationship with Israel is so that they can be God's representatives to the world. That's the purpose. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. CPM versus DOS. I do not want to be smited. No, I don't want to be smited either. I have had people ask me the question: is if the Ark of the Covenant was still around, would you pop open the container and have a look inside, or touch it? And the answer to that is actually yes, I would.
And you take pictures of what's
and I take pictures, lots and lots of pictures. The fact is that the part of the reason it was holy was because the Shekinah glory was on it. Once the Shekinah glory goes into the temple, it doesn't have that same sacredness to it. So now it would be just a box.
And you said, and write a book. Absolutely.
Randy says, and write a book. Absolutely, I would. Oh yeah, I'd be taking photographs, so many notes. I'd have the gloves on, I'd be taking it off just so I don't get my dirty little finger pencil over it. And, oh yeah, tons and tons of pictures. Tons of pictures.
Tons of pictures and video.
Yeah.
Oh.
Gandalf the Base, your theory on where it went. I think it was destroyed. Okay? I think it was destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar II. It was melted down for gold to pay Nebuchadnezzar's soldiers. Nebuchadnezzar's soldiers were paid in gold. Now, there is a cool aspect to this. Okay, a lot of people say, oh, nah, that's such a letdown. It's not. It's not a letdown when you find out what happens and how that relates to later biblical history. Okay? Because here's the thing. Those big furnaces you see in the book of Daniel, the ones that are used by Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, okay? The ones that, the big furnace, those were furnaces to destroy sacred furniture, to melt the gold, so that they could sweep up the gold and pay their soldiers. You find in the furnace cherubim. The cherubim got there because sacred furniture from Israel was burnt in those things, and they were released. So that when Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are thrown in there, somebody says, hey, there's some fourth dude in there. We only threw in 3. Yeah, those whole furnaces were designed to destroy things like the Ark. That was their entire purpose. Where's this? CPM versus DOS. My favorite dumb theory is that it's just in some arid dude's attic as a chest. Yeah.
That is a plausible theory.
Yeah. It's more plausible than some of the theories I've heard. Okay. So that's my stand on, say, what happened to the Ark today.
Again, he built on that. It's a blanket box.
It's a blanket box. It's a blanket box. I like that too. Okay. Okay, Rich Adam for $10. Thank you for the super chat here. He goes, how would you explain the violence war written in the Old Testament to a new believer? I fear we are just preached God is good, loving, and even harmless, and don't explain topics like war, violence, evil, etc. This has been a problem now for our sort of insulated generation. It's a generation of globalism, a generation that has not really seen the horrors of war. Past generations didn't have a problem talking about this. Okay. We don't talk about things. We are a generation that grew up with what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. We need to talk about the consequences of sin, the consequences of evil. We need to talk about things like war, violence, evil, why God lets that persist. What happens when good people don't stand up to evil? You do need to discuss these things in a candid, realistic way. The last thing you want is a new believer having a Pollyanna view of the world. Because the Bible will not stand to a Pollyanna view of the world. Okay? Here's the thing. The Bible will stand up to things such as war, violence, evil, because it talks about it. It talks about the sin of the Amorites. It talks about the unintended consequences of sin. It talks about evil. It talks about violence. It talks about SA. It talks about all these awful things. It can stand up to that. What it can't stand up to is the idea that everything in the Bible is good, loving, and harmless. Because that's a caricature. Caricatures cannot stand up to scrutiny. This is where things like if we don't talk about this, this is where failures of faith happen. If all we do is preach loving, lovey-dovey, ooey-gooey, sappy Christianity, then you're preparing Christians for a world that it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. That world is not a biblical worldview. In a biblical worldview, the world is fallen. It's unholy. It's full of evil, nasty people.
It's made of magnificent people made in the image of God, but the horror that they choose.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Producer says, it presents a world where men are created in the beauty and the grandeur of the image of God, but they choose to reject it. So I would say give it to them early. Give it to them early. This is kind of like the Truth in Advertising Act. Okay? Or the Truth in Lending Act. Truth in Lending Act. There's an act in the United States called the Truth in Lending Act, where you're supposed to show the downsides of taking out a loan. Not just the good side of taking a loan. You have to give the bad side too. We need that. We need a Truth in Faith Act where we need to start telling people, yeah, the Bible's going to tell you all sorts of things about war, violence, evil, etc. And we need to acclimatize that to, because the Bible has no problem reconciling the war of violence and evil if you accept the worldview of the Bible. It's when you don't accept the worldview of the Bible and you think that God is only loving, good, nice, a Santa Claus in a white with a white robe.
Christ, each one of us,
Mm-hmm.
given circumstances,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We're all fallen. We are all fallen. We have all sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. That's basic gospel 101, is that we're all terrible people. Every one of us is a terrible person. In our own way. Not all of us are terrible in the same way, but all of us are terrible people. God saved us from ourselves. But there are people out there that want a nice God, a God that loves but never judges. Well, God does judge, and He will bring evil to account. So, yeah. So the best thing you can do, just to start exposing them early. Expose them early. The earlier you expose a new believer to the actual Christian worldview, the less problems you're going to have later on. And it comes right down to that. Don't spare them. The longer you spare them of those topics, the harder it's going to be for them to reconcile it later on. So that's the best advice I can give you. Hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, I'm going to take just a quick break here, and I'll be right back. Okay, coffee here. Okay, I think I'm back here. Emmanuel. Well, I don't know. When I learned about slavery in Bible class at age 6, I thought it was a good way to get rid of my pesky sister. I didn't know what slavery was, but it sounded good. Oh, that's fun. Good times. There's nothing like selling a sibling into slavery. Okay, let's move on to the next one here. All right, PA888 for $20. Thank you for the super chat. He says, I would like to sponsor a question of your choice. Okay, what question am I going to be sponsoring? I haven't been answering non-super chats for a while here, so there should be some good ones. Stored up.
Long guy.
Yo, that was Lewis.
Red book. It says it's on.
I'm going to scroll up here until I find something.
CMO.
Mm-hmm.
He said it would have been about 810.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is. I can see it.
All right. Well, there's no super chat from 8 to 10 if that's what you're asking.
No,
But
sponsoring.
I'm sponsoring one, yes.
So I don't know what his question.
Hmm.
I told him
He might not have put a Q and a colon in front of it. And if he didn't put a Q and a colon in front of it, it's kind of hard for me to, because I know sometimes he doesn't do that.
One bubbly 812 of Egyptian hieroglyph records essentially preserved words from the Northern.
I did not answer that. No. I don't know Minoan, so it's for me. I can't answer that either.
You think linear A will be deciphered?
He's asked that more than once.
Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
You may not want to take it forward. Is the lack of information the main reason that prevents people from?
Oh boy, that's a sticky wicket, isn't it? Let's see.
What is something in nature? The modern.
Let's take that one because that's the most difficult one to answer. I'm gonna get to where's it? When is that? Unless I see something else that catches my attention. 8:14.
Or that's this one.
Um. $8.16. Takes a while to get there. Okay. Louis Sandoval. We'll take this one. This will be the sponsored question. Thank you so much, PA888, for this. And Louis Sandoval asks, what is something in nature that could technically be a sign for God's existence to a modern person who is not a believer? I wouldn't use this. Okay? I think this is using arguments from nature are very, very sticky. They're not good evidence for the existence of God. I don't even like using arguments for existence of God anyway. I think they're kind of a bad argument. Just prima facie, a bad argument. Okay. The problem with when we start talking about God's existence and arguments for God's existence is, one, they don't really convince anybody. I have never encountered a single person who has ever been compelled to believe in God just from philosophical arguments. Never one. Now I know about Anthony Flew, and Anthony Flew be said to become a theist, but he was such a milquetoast theist. I wouldn't even count that as it. Yeah, I know about Anthony Flew already. It's just not a good. He's not a good example either, because again, he doesn't accept any of the particulars of theism, just sort of a general point of view. I just it's just not something where you see a lot of fruit come out of those arguments. Yeah, deists know better, to be honest. Um, I mean, you see a lot of say atheists become agnostics. Um, over say arguments for the existence of God, and it comes down to this. Well, if it's true, then it might be true. So I'm gonna hedge my bets on that because one, you can't know one way or the other, and it's certainly a better position than say a universal negation about God. But um, I just it's just such a dodgy kind of way to do an apologetic. And you're not going to really find. I mean, the teleological argument is really. I mean, here's the arguments that people are going to do these days. They're going to do say moral arguments, and that's not really something from nature. Okay, moral arguments are really not arguments from nature anyway. They're prima facie arguments. The ontological argument isn't an argument from nature. You're basically the two arguments from nature are the cosmological and the teleological argument. The argument of first causes and the argument from design. The problem with both, there's problems with both. Is that once you reach that first cause on the cosmological argument, the primary mover, does that necessarily lead you to God after the first event? And you can make the argument that God isn't a first event; he's a first cause, and causes don't need events to precipitate them. So, but it's such a technical argument that the human mind even has problems grasping that. As far as the teleological argument, the argument from design, all it takes is somebody else to find a naturalistic cause for that teleology, for that design, for it to just go belly up. So, it's a really, really dicey. That's why I don't use it. I don't use these philosophical arguments.
Because to a Christian, intelligent designs obvious.
Yeah,
to a person who really doesn't, just wants to argue, all they have to say is, "I don't see."
Yeah,
and that ends it.
Yeah, they somebody who doesn't believe has to say at that point is, "I don't see it," and that's the end of the argument. So just because you see intelligent design in something doesn't mean somebody else will. So then at that point, it becomes a very subjective argument. And once you're into subjective arguments, you've kind of lost it. At that point, you've sort of lost the train of thought. Because you want these arguments to point to a necessary conclusion, not a sufficient conclusion. So I just think they're not good arguments. This is why, for example, when I do, this sort of work, I don't bother. I just point to the reliability of the Bible, and basically the reliability of the Bible. I mean, get the small things right. Here's what I would say. If you want to talk about God, that's great. That's fantastic. Go to the reliability of the sources. That's where the rubber meets the road. Because you can't prove theology. You can't prove the higher things. It's really difficult to prove God exists. It's really difficult to prove that Jesus walked on water. Really difficult to prove the feeding of the 5,000. But it's not so hard to prove the smaller things, that there was a historical Jesus, that there was, uh, a real Exodus, that there was a King Jehu. These are the little things that add the credibility to the Bible. And then once you establish that, because here's the thing about, that's something that everyone intuitively understands, but no one talks about. Everyone intuitively understands that a counterfeit gets the small things wrong. Counterfeits generally don't do the big things wrong because the big things are improvable. Counterfeits get the small things wrong. That's where they lapse. Okay? This is where it all falls apart. It all falls apart on the small stuff. Why do we discredit the Book of Mormon? It's not because of its big theologies, even though their big theologies are unprovable. But the little things it just mucks up all over the place. Iron swords being in North America during the time of the American Indians. They're riding horses and chariots. Okay? Nobody can show that there were multiple gods running around. It doesn't agree with the Bible, but you can't disprove the Book of Mormon from the high theology. But you can look at the small stuff, and the small stuff really shows it to be Cracker Jacks. It's the small stuff where this stuff all falls apart. The Book of Abraham, classic example. It's not the big things that sort of can disprove it, but you look at the whole use of ritual furniture and the misinterpretation of that in the interpretation of the scroll, and it falls to pieces. The whole thing falls to pieces. It's the small stuff that they can't get right. And it's the small stuff where this all fails, because this is where the rubber meets the road. This is why I think it's so important that we get the small stuff right. If we get the small stuff right, the history, the ancient Near Eastern stuff, the culture, the little things, we get that right, then we don't have to explain the big stuff of the Bible. Because people have an innate sense that if the small stuff is right, the big stuff must also be true. Credibility leads to credibility. Yeah. Yeah. So I wouldn't bother using this teleological, cosmological argument stuff. Don't go to nature. Go to God's word. Show the sufficiency of God's word. Show its reliability. Show its credibility. Show its historicity. And then you don't have to do all that hard work. It's an easier way to do this. You're drawing people in instead of trying to they're coming to you instead of you trying to tug them in. Yeah. Darkblade goes, key to getting small stuff right, never use Amenhotep II and 1446 BC in the same sentence. Yeah, that's not a good way to establish credibility. I will agree. Okay. So I hope that helps. Lewis, thank you again, PAAA, for sponsoring that question. We really appreciate it. Yay. Steve K for $5 asks, what is going on in John 7 verses 8 to 10? How to answer people who claim Jesus lied here. John 7 verses 8 to 10. Okay. Now, this is one of those passages here where people ask this question, did Jesus lie? But it's sort of in some ways the wrong question. start verse 7 here. The world cannot hate you, but it hates me because I testify of it, but that its deeds are evil. Go up to the feast yourselves. I do not go up to this feast, because my time has not yet fully come. And they said these things to them. He stayed in Galilee. But when his brothers had gone up to the feast, then he himself also went up, not publicly, but as it were in secret. The Jews therefore were seeking him at the feast and were saying, "Where is he?" Okay. So, oh yeah, smoking? Ugh. They're not allowed to do that.
But there's 6 drunk.
Oh, great. Okay. So, Jesus says something here that some people have said, okay, he lied about going to the feast. Now, there's a couple things that you need to observe about this passage, first of all. You okay? Oh, boy. Probably a piece of hay or something. Okay, one of the things you need to observe is when they say, he tells his brothers, go up to the feast yourself. I do not go up to this feast because my time has not yet fully come. And having said these things, he stayed in Galilee. But when his brothers had gone up to the feast, he himself also went up, not publicly, but as it were in secret. Verse 11, the Jews were seeking him at the feast, and they were saying, "Where is he?" He's not there. Okay? So he didn't go to the feast itself. He goes up to Jerusalem, but he's not attending the feast. So there's a technicality here. Okay? There's a technicality here. He's saying that, yeah, you guys go up to the feast. They're not after you. You go up to the feast, you eat, you drink. Okay? I don't even know which feast this is. Feast of Booths. Okay, this is the Feast of Booths. Okay. So there's public eating and drinking and all that stuff. But he's not eating and drinking there. So he doesn't show up. He goes to Jerusalem. He goes into the temple to teach, but he doesn't actually attend the feast. So he's not actually lying there. So his brothers go up to the feast, they eat, they drink, they take part in the Feast of Booths. Jesus sneaks into Jerusalem, and during the midst of the feast, goes up to the temple and teaches. Verse 15, the Jews therefore were marveling, saying, "How has this man become learned, having never been educated?" And then they get this big debate going on. Okay? But he's not at the feast. Everyone else is. Everyone else is drinking and eating. He's not. He's teaching. What he's technically said is true. He did not go up to the feast. Now, having said that, there is the question that's often raised. Were his brothers owed the truth? Here's the thing that we sort of gloss over when we talk about lying in general. Is not everybody, you do not owe everybody the truth in every situation. That's a formula for madness. There's nothing that compels you to tell the truth in every situation, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. As they say, the unvarnished truth. You know, when a homeless person asks you on the street, "Do you have any change?" Well, you probably, if you were told them the truth, you'd say, "Yeah, but I'm not giving you any." You might start a fight with that. Or when your wife comes up to you and asks you, "Do these jeans make me look fat?" You might not want to say the full truth there. Yeah, but just a little diplomacy here. There's nothing that says that you have to tell everyone the unvarnished truth. Jesus is under no compulsion here to say, I'm not going to eat, but I'm going to Jerusalem. He is not under any compulsion to do that.
Yeah, you never compelled it.
Yeah, you're not under any compulsion to tell them what's none of their business. Like someone comes up to you and goes, how much money do you have? None of your business. You're not under compulsion to tell people the truth. Just like you're not under any compulsion to tell the homeless man if you have change in your pocket. You might even hear it ringing, but it's like, but if you were telling them the unvarnished truth, it's like, yeah, but I'm not giving you any. Is the probably going to...
Especially when you notice his clothing are better quality than yours.
Yeah. Scott Worthington says, always tell the truth and throw... and what? Give him the change. No, there's no compulsion to do that. Then food in your backpack, the sweater off your back. Jesus was pretty clear, perfectly explicit. No, he wasn't. Not about that. Okay. That's not what that means. Okay, that's in the case of a lawsuit. Okay. To avoid a lawsuit to do that. That's, again, you're taking that out of context, Scott. So I wouldn't actually go there with that. Darkblade asks, is the shadow ban over yet? Oh, no. Not even close to over. We are, as far as our subscriber count, we're cooked. As far as the amount of subscribers we're getting about a quarter of what we used to get per month. So, no, the shadow ban is not anywhere near over. So, unfortunately... So, Steve, that's what's going on in John 8. He's telling them the partial... He's a technical truth, but not the complete truth. Okay? Not the unvarnished truth. Jesus isn't attending the feast. But he is going to the temple, and he's going to Jerusalem, and he's going to preach. So... CPM versus DOS. Everyone is suffering on that front, large and small channels. Yeah, they are. Yeah, YouTube has kind of done us dirty. Okay, next question here is from CPM versus DOS for $2 with the question of the night. Foodie question. What pizza should I make? Well, if you were in our house tonight, you would have made a supreme pizza. Okay? Now, this is how I make the supreme pizza. So this is a foodie question. This is a great foodie question. Okay? I always start with a cheese pizza. I get a cheese pizza. I always buy cheese pizzas. Okay? Because I'm too lazy to make the crusts. But I get the rising cheese pizzas. Okay? They cook in the oven and they rise. So I just get a plain cheese pizza. I add extra cheese. Okay. So, you're starting off with like a 4-cheese pizza already. And then you add a layer of mozzarella. Extra because they never have enough cheese. Okay. Then rings of bell pepper. Any color, doesn't matter. We had green tonight. But we've had orange, red, yellow bell peppers. Oh, they're all good in their own way. Sliced mushrooms and sliced pepperoni. Shave a little bit of Parmesan on top. Pop it in the oven, and you've got one excellent pizza. Excellent pizza that just is delicious. So, it's so easy to cook. Yeah.
No prep on it.
Yeah.
A little bit of chopping in it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of chopping, but that's all. And you get a much better pizza than if you had bought a say frozen pizza from the store. And frankly, these days, rising crust pizzas are pretty much all the same. just get the cheese, the cheapest rising crust pizza you can, and then just make it with that. So, Kwame Adu 007 says here, and by the way, that was the last super chat of the night. Kwame Adu 007 says, I was always under the impression that going to Jerusalem during the feast was the same as going to the feast. It's not. Now, here's one of the things you got to understand about this particular feast, too. Okay? This is the Feast of Booths. Okay? Okay, now the Feast of the Jews, the Feast of the Booths at hand. This is a very, very special feast. Okay? This is also called the Feast of Tabernacles. What's so interesting about this feast is you have to put up these little tents. And the feast is done inside the tents. Okay? So when you do the eating and you do the drinking, you're inside the tents. The little tabernacles. And you still see, like if you go to Jerusalem during the Feast of Tabernacles, you still see this. The kippahs, the tents they put up. Or sorry, not the sukkahs. The sukkahs. You know, the sukkahs are these tents that the little booth-like tents that they put up, and you're supposed to spend the entire feast, or at least most of the feast, inside the booth. And it's to signify the wandering in the wilderness when Israel had no home and had to stay in tents. Okay? So, to go to the Feast of Booths was to spend your time in the tents. So, to go to Jerusalem to the Feast of Booths meant you had to go into a booth. A lot of people brought their own. I mean, most people brought their own. You could buy them there, too. I mean, there were tent vendors there. Maybe even Paul was selling sukkahs. You never know. But you go to Jerusalem, you set up your little tent in the street, and you celebrate the Feast of Booths in your tent. People who are native to Jerusalem, they put it on the roofs of their houses. Something wrong? Poor bunny. So if Christ is going to Jerusalem and he's not participating in the feast, it means he's not going into the booths. So think about it this way. These guys who are looking to kill Christ are going from booth to booth to booth, looking for Christ, because that's where he would be if he was doing the feast. But he's not in the booths. So while they're all out looking for him in the booths, he's up at the temple teaching. It's really interesting Christ's strategy here. They're running around down in the streets of Lower Jerusalem like chickens with their head cut off looking for this guy. And all they had to do was go to the temple and find him there. It's so fascinating. It's so fascinating. Andrew Graham goes, looking in the wrong place like always. Oh, yeah. This is so fascinating that we have that narrative there. And yet, yeah, hiding in plain sight. Yeah, he's hiding in plain sight. I can't find him. It's and the text lays it out so perfectly. But if you're not aware of what's happening in the text, yeah, you can get a bad impression out of this. You think, oh, Christ lied about showing up at the festival because the festival's in Jerusalem, and you know, yeah. But if you know that the festival's in the booths, changes the whole meaning of this.
You go into the whole truth. But the truth is a recognition in U.S. law. You can tell the truth without telling the whole truth.
Oh, yeah. Anagram, Christ was saving his own bacon. Well, his time had not yet come. It was not time for him to be crucified. So,
He wasn't going to vote.
yeah, he wasn't volunteering to do that early. It had to be at the perfect time, at the fullness of time. And the fullness of time had not been reached yet. He had not been betrayed. It wouldn't be until Passover that would have to happen. Louis Sandoval asks the question, who got exiled to Babylon during its invasion? That is a great question. And it turns out to be about only about 10% of Judahites were exiled. Okay. Now this wasn't like the Assyrian exiles. Assyrians also did exiles, deportations, but the Assyrians did it to break up the clans. So the Assyrians broke up any family group larger than the nuclear family. And they did it to break up the clans and the power structure of the clans so that they wouldn't have to fight clans. That's the reason. So the Assyrians moved people all over the Assyrian Empire. They moved Assyrians into northern Israel, northern Israelites to Assyria. They just played musical families. Okay? So people ended up all over the place with the Assyrian Empire. It was a little different with the Babylonian exile. In the case of the Babylonian exile, they took the top 10%, the best and the brightest and the most attractive. So they left the ugly people at home. And we have accounts of how the Babylonians did this. So they basically, if you were young, attractive, or smart, well-trained, okay? So if you had a skill, they'd exile you. If you were attractive, they exiled you. If you were young, yeah, you stood a good chance of exile. If you were well-bred and intelligent, you got exiled too. So they took the top 10%. They didn't take the lower 90%. You know, when we talk about, say, the Babylonian exile, it really was only like 1/10 of the population of Judah, but it was the top 10% with the most potential. It was their future leaders. It was clan chiefs, the sons of clan chiefs. You can stay and be dumb. Yeah, well.
But what happened is then
yeah,
not terrible. You had all your enemies.
Yeah.
It really harmed.
It did harm those left behind. It took away all the natural leaders. Anyone who could have risen up as a leader. Louis Sandoval, but why attractiveness mattered? Because charisma matters. Charisma has always been an important trait. If you're athletic and good-looking and tall, guess what? People will treat you with more deference. They treat you with more respect automatically. In fact, one of the things they've noticed is that people who are taller than 6 foot have 10 points of IQ advantage. In
People perceive them.
They're perceived to have a 10-point advantage in IQ. Okay? Whether or not they actually do have that IQ is irrelevant. How do I put this? My sister's taller than me. Slightly. Okay? They perceived her to have a higher IQ. And she doesn't. Her IQ is significantly lower. But many people perceived her to be the smart one. Why? She was taller. More attractive. So, people do perceive tall equals smart. There's one of the reasons why you do have in universities this perception. You have this, universities have more tall people than short people. And it is that natural bias. Because what happens is in schools, tall people are treated with more deference. They're treated as if they're smarter. Then they get more breaks. And because they get more breaks, they get more opportunities. And because they get more opportunities, they end up in universities. Whether or not they're actually smart. Oftentimes they're not.
Which is why but everybody
Why you don't, as Mrs. Producer says, this is why you have a cliche, don't judge a book by the cover, but everyone does. To put that in more biblical parlance, Samuel is told by God when he selects the next king of Israel, why are you picking this scraggly shepherd boy, the youngest of Jesse's sons? And he's told, man sees to the eye, but God sees through to the heart. So, yeah. People see to the eye. God sees through the heart. Again, you don't judge a book by its cover, because you'd never know. Okay. So yeah, basically the best and the brightest got exiled during the Babylonian exile. That's and they are the ones that returned too. But again, it was to emasculate Judah's leadership. Take away the best and the brightest, and you have people are less likely to rebel. Didn't exactly work out that way, because with the assassination of Gedaliah, they did still rebel. But that just made the situation worse. Okay, we are at the sort of the end of the night here. Is there any... we're through with all the super chats. Do we have anything else here? Okay, I'll look, and if we don't have any more questions, we might call it an early night. Lou Sandoval asks, did Jews who returned from Babylon had a cultural shock with the ones who stayed? Yes, they did. What happened to... those who returned from Babylon brought with them what was called the synagogues. The synagogue movement came from Babylon. So what happened was, all these Judahites are coming back to Israel. They're bringing with them this institution of the synagogue. Ezra and Nehemiah are rebuilding the temple, but Judahites are having to re-enter the land, establish new towns, and that's what's going to happen is a lot of these Judahites are establishing new towns, essentially these Judahite towns, like Nazareth. Nazareth is an example of a Judahite town. It didn't exist until the Babylonian exiles returned. And they returned as a religious enclave where they brought the synagogue movement with them. The cultural shock was that those Judahites who were returning from from Babylon, were a lot more religious. They were a lot more religious than the ones that stayed. So, Jews came back from Babylon thinking that, oh, we're back to the promised land, back to the place where God has prepared for us. And they found a culture that was still sort of religiously desolate. Yeah, the Jews living in Judah, they weren't Baal worshippers anymore, but they weren't exactly all that faithful either. So as a result, what happened was they get back, and a lot of those Judahites from Babylon are starting to be treated by the locals as sort of zealous bumpkins. It's probably the best way to put it. So, when you hear about, say, the priests say, does anything good come out of Nazareth? That's a reference to that idea that these Judahites from Babylon were these zealous bumpkins. Um, so, so yeah, so there was quite the cultural shock when they returned. Very much the culture shock. So, yeah, they were considered, most of the Judahites from Babylon ended up making their own towns and setting up synagogues there. Eventually, the synagogues moved all over Israel. Okay, but it took time to do that. Andrew Graham goes, zealous bumpkins like evangelical zealots. Yeah, kinda. That was more the connotation there. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. A little bit backwards. They were seen as backwards. They were seen as very zealous and evangelical. Very committed to the scriptures. They studied the scriptures constantly while in Babylon, which is more than you can say for the Judahites that stayed in Israel. So yeah, that's sort of the attitude that they had towards them. Oh, okay, I see that. I'll take Louis Sandoval's next super chat here for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. In your honest opinion, can you recommend any books about folk tales that don't hide the cruel, nitty-gritty details to its Disneyfication? Grimm Brothers. Read the Grimm Brothers. The originals, not the latest version. The 19th century version of the Grimm Brothers tales. Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah. Cinderella's sister cuts off her toes.
Oh yeah, the original Cinderella. Yeah.
She's outed by all the blood.
Yeah, that's where we get Grimm from. In the original Cinderella, the sister cuts off her toes to fit into the glass slipper and is outed by the fact that blood's flowing out of the slipper. Hey, Jack Ray finally showed up. Good to see you, Jack. The Little Mermaid tale. Oh my gosh. She has to kill the prince, but she refuses to do it, so she turns into sea foam. That's a tale about not making promises you can't keep. Yeah, so definitely, if you want a folktale that doesn't hide the cruel nitty-gritty, read the Grimm Brothers collection. And it's an anthropological collection, too. So they went all over Europe collecting these. So, as a runner-up, I would also read, say, a good translation of Aesop. It's not a folktale. Aesop's not folktales. They're allegories. But there's some pretty messed up stuff in there too. But definitely, you want folktales that don't hide the cruel nitty gritty details. Read the Brothers Grimm. Definitely. So yeah, totally awesome.
That's good. Germans, folklores. Yeah.
Scott Worthen says, Germans, generally speaking, any German folklore for children. Pirates also. Sleep tight, kiddos, yeah? How do you spell Aesop? Aesop, I believe. Andrew Graham, Hare and the Tortoise, where the tortoise kills the hare. Yeah, it's those folktales are just really, whoa. Jack Ray, I want to thank Jack Ray for 20 Egypt in the Bible memberships. We appreciate you showing up tonight and supporting the channel. We have difficulty doing this without you, so we so appreciate your kind contributions to the channel. Thank you so very much. And we do appreciate your puns, too. Okay.
You are good.
To Hoffmeyer? Yeah. Jack Ray says, yeah, German folktales are rough. Then you find out about Russian folktales. Yee. Annie Manuel. German fairy tales have a lot of ovens. They do. Oh. Or Little Red Riding Hood, where they have to cut her out of the wolf's stomach. Oh. Okay, well, Mama says Doc the Little Mermaid was written by Hans Christian Andersen. Yeah, well, okay. Same thing though. Might as well be the same thing.
But his original version is pretty.
Yeah, Hans Christian Andersen's stuff is pretty rough. She goes, I've been listening the entire night, just haven't been feeling chatty. Well, glad you could still join us though. You're part of the community, so thank you for dropping in. CPM versus does all of them are dark, yeah. Okay, we've got about 10 minutes to midnight here. Was there anything from... let's see here. Sound apologetics. Look for the one that said the original language was Hebrew. Spitty tongue? I don't know what that has to do with. Probably something to do with Muslims. I think we did already cover the fact that the that Moses, couldn't have discussed Arabic because Arabic didn't exist. Tao Chung asks, Doctor, have you met Bar Magazine editor Herschel Shanks? No, I haven't. I have published in Bar. I think I have 1 or 2 articles in Bar. But I've never met Herschel Shanks himself. He doesn't leave Israel much anymore. He lives in Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or somewhere like that. But I've never been over there, so I've never had the chance to meet him. So no, I've never met him. Just hasn't. We've never crossed paths. Yeah, I thought he passed away too. But there's people I've met that have passed away. So it's still a it's still a fair question because you never know when who somebody has met that is no longer with us. I mean, he was active when I was started publishing. So yeah. Oh, Lewis, you've asked that question more than once. That's disqualified. Lewis, you know the rules. You've been here long enough.
Yes.
Yes, he did. He asked that earlier. Yeah. Yeah, Lewis is starting to slip on that rule. No, we're not gonna endorse question spamming. Dune question. All right. I'll take a Dune question. We'll take the Dune question after this. Mama says, gimme, gimme, gimme ancient Egypt after midnight. All right. Scott Worthen. Dune question. The one up top about prescience. CIA lends credence to precognition according to one study, and other memory was disproven. Okay. What's your take on what degree people can peer past the veil? Um, it's not out of the bounds of possibility. Now, what we're talking about here is not a supernatural ability. Okay? What we're talking about here is what's sometimes called a preternatural ability. It's within the bounds of nature, but something that's sort of outside normal events. Now, there are people that are extraordinarily intuitive, so intuitive to the extent that what they do and what they can perceive almost seems psychic. Okay? But then there are also people that just have that little nudge beyond it. Okay? That cannot be fully explained by intuition. So, the whole idea of Dune's version of prescience isn't that idea that you can see the future. There does seem to be some ability within human beings to do something like that on a level. Here's one of the things we have to understand about human beings that sort of you don't find in, say, other species per se. At least that we haven't discovered in other species. Is we can imagine the future. We all imagine the past. When we have a memory of something that happened in our past, that's our imagination rebuilding that memory from the data we remember. Okay? Yeah. You can have false memories. Okay? You can have false memories, and I had some false memories here at tax time. But if you can imagine the past and reconstruct it adequately, there is the potential of being able to imagine it, the future, and also reconstruct it accurately. We do this all the time in small ways. Like, for example, if you ever plan anything, you're actually imagining the future. Let's say you tomorrow you have to go to the grocery store, and you got to pick up milk and a carton of eggs. You can imagine yourself going to the store, picking up a milk and a carton of eggs, going to the cash register, and coming back home. And that might be totally accurate. Did it happen that you next day went to the store, got a carton of eggs and milk? Yeah. Is that prescience? Well, if it's far enough ahead, if the details are not known to you, yeah, it could be. It's not outside the realm of possibility. Now, it could be incorrect too. You might go down to the store and pick up a Coca-Cola and a carton of eggs. And you come home and you get chewed out for forgetting the milk. In which case, your prescience wasn't very good. But that's the way that prescience can work, is through imagination, where the imagination is correct as a correspondence to reality. Imagination of the future corresponding to reality is prescience. Just remember the milk. Oh yeah, I had imagined I had done the ETS taxes. That was a memory of the past. But I had forgotten to do that, so I had a big scramble finding my receipts a couple days ago. So yeah, remember the milk. That's the moral of the story. Forget about prescience. You don't need prescience. Just remember the milk. Ganolo Base says, I have false memories all the time. I make up arguments in my head with people to feel like I won an argument. Yeah, well, yeah, people do. I want to thank Mama for gifting the channel 5 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you so very much for your support of the channel. Very much appreciate it, and we do love having you here. So, but, Louis Sandoval asks, do humans have a sixth sense? I will say this. Some of them do. Okay? Some of them do. And I'll say this even. I'll even go as far as this. It's not necessarily tied to denomination. The ones that do are not, it's not necessarily tied to demonic manifestations. Now, some hypernatural abilities, preternatural abilities, are tied to demonic manifestations. Particularly ones such as telekinesis. Telekinesis, you do see that more in line with demonic manifestations, but even then, it's not always the case that it's tied to demonic manifestations. Okay, but telekinesis is an example. Clairvoyance. Okay, clairvoyance is one that is actually fairly common in humans. It's the ability to sense. Let's say you have a item that you can't see. You touch the item, and you can guess the color. And it's actually a fairly common ability. For some reason, people can touch an item, and some people can sense the color. With some remarkable accuracy. That's the point here. Is it's not just that they sense the color, it's they're highly accurate in doing it. Like 90 to 100%. So
that's a totally useless thing.
It's a totally useless thing to have, but it is a kind of sixth sense.
I would say that's more demonic.
No, it's not demonic.
To get people
but
thinking
no,
do things.
I would disagree with that. I'll offline you why I disagree with that. Clairaudience. I'll tell you what, there are a lot of migraine sufferers with clairaudience. A lot of them.
What do you mean by
the ability to hear sounds from far, far away that are imperceptible to other people?
Yeah, but that's
Yes, doesn't matter the cause.
But that's not a supernatural.
No, and I never said it was a supernatural ability.
It's
It's a preternatural sense. Preter.
an ability those of us who rock.
Jack Ray says, there are a few people I can sense being nearby without seeing them. One was a very bad person decades ago. Another, a very good older lady at my church. Yeah. There's here's the thing. There used to be said that there were 5 senses. Okay. Was it touch, taste, smell, hearing, and sight? They now know that there are 20 senses. Okay? Balance is a sense. That whole thing that keeps you upright, that's a sense. Homeostasis is a sense. The whole idea that your organs are still in your body, you actually have a sense of that.
Because when they are,
That's when they are in your body, you are in serious trouble.
you know something very wrong.
Okay?
Yeah.
Temperature is actually a sense beyond a hot ability to sense hot and cold is beyond just touch. They now know that touch and temperature are 2 different senses. Mama says, my superior semicircular canal dissonance barely lets me understand regular conversations, as I have to hear everything over my own heartbeat, my eyeballs moving in my head, etc. Yeah. Mrs. Producer wants to ask if you've been tested for migraine. Scott Worthen says, quantum basis of color may be the explainer. I suffer migraines and can't shut out the blaze conversation in other rooms. Never overhear anything interesting, of course. Serotonin downing equals boring. Yeah. Annie Manul says, I hear subsonically. It's been measured more than once. I get whopper migraines. Yeah, subsonic hearing is not normal. It's not normal. It's maybe normal to a migraine sufferer. Yeah. Yeah. So we do know that the periphery of what is a sense has been expanding over the past 50 years. People have discovered more and more senses that human beings have. As I said, it's like up to 20. It's up to 20. Humans can sense pressure. You know, you can sense atmospheric pressure.
Yeah. That old wives' tale of you can tell the storm's coming because your arthritis. That.
Yeah.
So many people.
Yeah, people can sense a storm is coming. Arthritic people can sense a storm is coming by the pressure. You descend in an airplane. Oh, heck, do you feel the pressure? Yeah.
But that's usually descending in air. It's usually under.
No, it's not. It's a different thing because it's happening usually through your ears and through your joints and through your soft tissue. So it's actually that pressure sense is not coming from touch per se. Ganadel Based says, what about self-conscious feelings of lack of safety? I have had that, and it has been right more than a few times. Yeah. Well, that's an intuitive sense. So that wouldn't be, say, like a tactile or a sense, but it is a form of perception. It's a form of intuition that tells you, hey, this situation. I mean, how many times have you gone, down a dark alley and just feel like you're not safe? That's your intuition telling you to get the hell out.
None, because I don't go down dark alley.
Or when you go down a rocky Egyptian valley and feel like you're being watched by lots and lots of canine.
You make the decision not to tell your wife. You have to hear about you telling the story on your channel.
So you don't tell your wife about that, and she finds out on your channel. Louis Sandoval, but apart from those 20 senses, what about supernatural senses? If there's any apart from clairvoyance, there's clairvoyance, there's clairaudience, there is telekinesis, prescience, celerity. There's a bunch of them. Yeah, there's several other additional, say, supernatural senses, or at this point you're not talking about senses. At that point, you're talking abilities, preternatural abilities. I wouldn't call them supernatural. They're not supernatural. They're preternatural abilities, and that's what I would say. You've got, say, senses, and then you've got preternatural abilities, and I think there's a difference there. Okay. So, I'd keep that distinction set. Clairvoyance is not a supernatural sense; it's a preternatural ability. Not preternatural. Preternatural. Let me just type it in here. Preternatural. Jack makes a good point here, like often he does. Also, some people go chasing the abilities and they become consuming. I caution people about that. I caution people about that too. Look, if you have that stuff and it's not a problem for your faith walk, fine. Some people do have it. Some people never discuss it. One of the things that I learned when I was at seminary, this is going to sound really weird. I was the guy on campus that everyone came to who had either an supernatural experience or a preternatural experience, and I got to hear them all. Okay?
One person approached you, you had talked to her. Suddenly,
yeah, I talked to one person. Suddenly, I had the whole dang campus telling me their life, their supernatural story. And this is a Christian seminary. These are people that are going into the ministry. You know,
they were freaking out.
They were freaking out because they thought that what happened to them or what abilities they had, you know, was going to compromise their ministry. And you know, so I listened to them and I gave them the counsel that I would give them, but I think that, again, it's not something you should seek. Just like you don't seek out demons and you don't seek out ghosts. Don't seek that stuff out. You know, demons are dangerous. You know, they're like seeking out bears. Okay, if you want to get mauled, seek out a demon or a bear. Okay, don't do that. Don't seek out these abilities either. Because they can become a trap that can lure you in. If you happen to have them, that's one thing. That's not then you didn't cause this to happen to you. It just happened to you for whatever reason. So if you came across it naturally, then that's fine. Oh, yeah, well, migraines are hardly natural, but... Louis Sandoval asks, did prophets have abilities since whenever they experienced seeing and talking to angels and seeing God partially veiled? We're not quite sure. Some prophets, God just seems to have dropped it on. You know, like the ones that weren't trained in the school of the prophets. Like Amos, fig knocker. He just gets it dropped on him. Others seem to have been trained in the school of the prophets. Now, we don't know anything about the training in the school of the prophets. Nothing at all. But some seem to have been trained in these abilities too. Or, if they had these abilities, they were trained to enhance those abilities. Like, for example, there's one prophet who asks for music. Bring in the music. He's about to prophesy, so bring in some music. Gruffy looking fig knocker. Nerf herder. Scruffy looking fig knocker. Good times. Good times. But this is the advice I give. If it's something that's come across, you've got it by nature, then don't worry about it. God may use it someday for the glory of the kingdom. If you don't have those abilities, don't seek them. That simple. Okay. We're at 10 after midnight here. I'll take that question from... Louis Sandoval asks, what about the rare exceptions of people seeing and talking to spirits? Is this considered a sense in and of itself? This is one of those cases where I would say, love to talk, but I'm busy. Here's the thing, you don't even want to fall into that category of a mediumship. Okay? This is one of those situations where most of the people the rare exceptions of people seeing and talking to spirits have almost always cultivated that. What was his name? Ed and something Warren. She was a psychic medium. They claim to be Christian, but they weren't very Christian, to be honest. But she was she really cultivated her abilities to talk to spirits. That's dangerous. Really, really dangerous. Okay? So you could have an accidental encounter with a spirit. That can happen. It's not something you should ever cultivate. No question about it. You don't want to do that. Because that leads down the road of becoming a medium, and mediums are forbidden. Here's the thing. There is... Yeah, it's the Conjuring couple. Exactly. It's the Conjuring couple. And I forget, I think it's Susan Warren or something like that, but it's Ed and Susan Warren. Yeah, I think so. But yeah, it's the Conjuring couple. The scriptures tell us that it doesn't say we can't talk to the dead, that we are unable to talk to the dead. It said it's forbidden to talk to the dead. Okay? So here's the thing. If you see a dead spirit, Lorraine, that was it, sorry. Ed and Lorraine Warren. At least got the Warren part right. Okay? So, if you see a spirit, don't talk to it. It is forbidden to talk to the dead. You are not permitted to talk to the dead. No, don't do it. So even if you see the dead, don't strike a conversation with it. Go on with your day. Go do something else. Go have a Pepsi. Okay? You are not permitted to talk to the dead. You might be able to see the dead. The dead may visit you, but you're not permitted to talk to them. So, okay, and Louis Sandoval says, I said that because when I was a baby, there was an aunt of mine who seemed to talk about some spirit about people who passed away in the building. It's much more complex than that. I'm not surprised it's much more complex than that. Yeah. But still, if somebody has cultivated that ability to see the dead, I know people who've seen the dead. I also know it's a really good idea not to talk to them. Mama says, noted, tree of good and evil, don't eat. Dead people, don't talk to them. Yeah. Yeah. Scott Warthen, whoa, wait, if my dead relatives talk to me, I'm not allowed to answer back? No. No, you're not. You're not allowed to answer back. It's harsh, but yeah. Because you don't know if it's really your relatives. That's the problem. There are a lot of counterfeits out there that may pretend to be your relatives. You don't have, they can't produce you a driver's license that proves they're your relatives. We do know that there are lying, deceptive spirits out there. Okay? Oh yeah, that was trippy when my wife and I had the same dream about our grandmothers, right down to the dialogue.
You didn't buy it because grandma came up nice.
Yeah, my wife was in tears because she was so touched to see her grandmother again. I was like, who is this person? This isn't my grandmother. My grandmother was mean. Mean! Holy crow! I had one of the meanest grandmothers around, and suddenly she's coming off all nice and sweet, and I was like, who is this person? Like, it's just like, no. It's like, yeah. So yeah, doubt them. It's again of the based. Those aren't your dead relatives, homeboy. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. Andrew Graham, not my grandma. That's not my grandma for sure. I knew my grandma. I had to take her to chemo for years. No. No, not my grandma at all. Anyone knew Sloppy the granny ghost. Sloppy's not dead. Sloppy's just sleeping.
So, take the last question.
Okay, we're going to take one more question here and then call it a night.
Is it any cosmology
Okay,
color?
we're going to call it a night here after this one here, which is that guy who looks like boots. And he asks, does ancient Near Eastern cosmology contradict the local floods theory? Genesis 7 and 9. No, it doesn't. Because even say local ancient Near Eastern cosmology is sort of hit and miss as to what exactly is the extent of the flood. Okay. Now, even say, for example, Egypt doesn't have a local has a flood cosmology. Okay, doesn't have it at all. There are primordial waters, but that's not the same as a flood cosmology. All right. Mesopotamian does. And you can find that in Gilgamesh. But in the case of Gilgamesh, the world was flooded, but again, is that their world? Is that their locality? It doesn't contradict the local flood theory. It's just, as far as they concerned, it's the whole world that got flooded, whatever the extent of that is. So, ancient Near Eastern cosmology would not contradict local flood theory. It's just that, again, we can't take a narrow parochial view of any ancient text. All ancient texts have to be read in their context. So, I will take this one last question, and then we'll definitely call it the night. But anyway, I hope that answers your question. This will definitely be the last question of the night. Truth Defenders, have you read Against the Gods, the Polemical Theology of the Old Testament by John Currid? Yes, I do not agree with Currid on a lot of it. Okay? His idea that the gods, that the Exodus, the plagues of Exodus were judgments of the gods of Egypt, I think is totally whacked. I think it, once you start looking at the details of his view, it falls apart quicker than a house of cards. It's just not, some of it has its thing. Like, for example, there is something to the, say, Genesis 1 being a polemic against the gods, like the moon god Sin and Shemesh, the sun god. But I think even that is sort of a minor understanding of what Genesis 1 really is. I don't even think it's a good approach to Genesis 1. So I don't even think his views here are even a good representation of Genesis 1 through 11. So, but I think his views on, say, the plagues of Egypt being against the Egyptian gods is just terrible. I think it's a terrible theory. We have to stop using it, and it's like, come back to some solid scholarship here, because this isn't scholarship. It's sort of a 50,000-foot theory that when you get onto the ground doesn't look anything like it looked from the air. So, I just think it's not a good view, and I have been a long-time critic of Currid's view on this. So, I would love it if it was true, because it would be such a sweet view if it was true. But it just isn't true. So, yeah, like when he starts, he's seen his view, especially his stuff on, say, the gods of Egypt being challenged by the plague so many times in so many different ways, and none of it works out. And every time people try to make this view work, they switch around the gods and thinking, oh, we'll just find a convenient god in Egypt to make it work. Still doesn't work. They're getting down to some fly gnat gods here. They're hoping it's going to work.
Princess Loki.
It's just like it's just like, no, dude. Like when I heard that in his original view, I think he was talking about Seth, god, the storm god, as a fertility god, and it's like, what? What? Seth, a fertility god? No, he's not a fertility god. Not in any way is he a fertility god. Just crazy. It's like, do you guys understand what Egyptian religion is like? What it's about?
Common thought that Golden clearly says,
oh yeah,
it's a man.
Oh yeah, people don't understand the complexity of Egyptian religion, and because they don't understand the complexity of religion, they tend to make a lot of silly mistakes. I'm always having to correct them, and I even have to correct them among scholars. So this isn't something that's just isolated to the laity. I see scholars making these mistakes all the time.
You see people making mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
These errors
are. Mama goes, what is it with making random gods into fertility gods? This was called the fecundity theology. And it was originally started by John Baines in the 1960s. Okay, now, who's John Baines? He was Professor Emeritus at Oxford. Professor Emeritus at Oxford. He wrote a dissertation on the fecundity gods of Egypt. And never wrote another paper ever again. So they basically, Oxford made this guy a chaired professor with only his dissertation in hand, basically saying all deities are fertility deities. But another theory sounded real good. Of course, now his dissertation is so debunked, it isn't even funny. Nobody considers Baines a credible source anymore. But that's who started it. Was John Baines in the 1960s. And he was highly influential just because he was an Oxford professor. A chaired Oxford professor. Mama says, of course it started in the 1960s. Yeah. Oh my word. Yes, it was.
Because in the 1960s, they were all open.
Yeah, in the 1960s, you could get away with saying that all gods of the ancient world were fertility gods. You could get away with that. It's just, yeah, you could just get away with that California hot tub kind of thinking, and people just bought it. So, Baines was the guy who started this in ancient studies, and it just but a lot of people would pick that up. You don't know what a god is, you don't understand what it does. Oh, we'll make him a fertility god. Seth, the storm deity, he's a fertility god. Newt, goddess of the sky, a fertility goddess. Geb, god of the earth, another fertility god. Osiris, god of the dead, fertility god. He's green, right? He's fertility god. I wish I was joking about that one. Anubis, god of the dead, also fertility god, because dead things cause things to grow. Nephthys, goddess of decay, another fertility god. Yeah, Montu, god of war, fertility god. Just Phew, god of the air, fertility god.
He was. Yeah.
Mama goes, he was the Freud of ancient gods. Yep. Just crazy, but yeah. That's basically how we got all this. So you get a guy like Currid coming along in the 1980s and 90s with his view of the gods of the Bible being a polemic against pagan gods in every respect. And now he can't fit all the gods into the place of the plagues, so he's got to make some fertility gods. And that's what happened. That's how Currid landed into his view. And I just don't think it works. It works so poorly. Jack Ray, we know what they were thinking most of the time in those circles, yeah. It's not untrue. Jack Ray, one wonders if they were involved in swapping circles. They were. They were. I knew some of them that were. It's creepy, and I'm not going to name names, but I do know some who were. And yes, it happened. Okay? So, that guy who likes booze, you're a fertility god. He's a fertility god. I'm a fertility god. Are there any other fertility gods I should know about? Common Lurker, is there any salvaging of the plagues as polemic against Egypt? Not in that way. Okay? There is a way to salvage it, but it isn't like that. The whole idea that there's a one-to-one correspondence between gods and plagues is, I think, a dead theory. In fact, the way they got this is they took one verse out of context, which was the final plague is a judgment against all the gods of Egypt. The problem is the final plague was not against deities anyway. It was against the people of Egypt who had power. So even the very verse that they take, that they rip out of, they misinterpret to get that conclusion, isn't talking about divinities. That's how bad this is. You've got a misinterpreted text ripped out of context to support a view that doesn't make sense in relation to ancient Egypt. Doesn't actually get much worse than that. And yet it's still, you see that view being disseminated everywhere. I've seen it on Frank Turek. Frank Turek has used it. It's just bad. Just bad, and it needs to stop. Gandalf the Base, I actually don't know another way to look at the plagues. I grew up seeing it like this. Wow, I'm really interested to hear your take. That's why I'm writing the book. The book will go into all the details, all the nuances of this in excruciating detail. That's why I want to write the Exodus Plagues book. Okay? But until I get that out, I can't really discuss it in lots of detail. So, Mama said here, to Gandalf the Based, I heard that idea early in my face too. Docs convinced me that it just doesn't have any evidential foundation. My faith, sorry. I see the correction there. I heard the idea early in my faith too. Docs convinced me that it just doesn't have an evidential foundation. And that's the important thing. We want to rely on the evidence. Evidence is what makes this all work. The little things make this work. And those little things are the evidence. That's why I'm an evidentialist, and you should be an evidentialist too. All right? So, I think we're going to call it a night here. We're midnight. I want to thank everyone who joined us tonight. We really appreciate you being with us. I want to thank those who provided super chats and memberships. We're so grateful that you contributed to the channel. We also want to thank those of you who provide interesting questions. You guys give the content that we use to enlighten you. We also want to thank those who support us through Patreon. You guys keep the equipment going, and we really, really appreciate that. And finally, we want to thank our regular subscribers who basically hit that like and subscribe, who watch our videos and pass the URLs to other social media networks. And finally, those of you who've bought the book and provided a review. And if you haven't done a review, please do so. It helps us out so much. With that said, thank you so much for watching us, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.